great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy. Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down. I said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy. Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, Start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the Big Story segment. This is where we break down some of the key issues shaping our economy, our industry, and our nation. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we will be exploring the way forward for home seekers, citing inflation and high cost of building materials. We'll be looking at possible solutions and effects of this subject matter for aspiring homeowners. Now, the housing situation in Nigeria at the moment has reached a crisis point. Now, for many home seekers, especially low-income earners, this situation is as hopeless as it is frustrating. In many towns, especially in the urban centers, decent housing and accommodation have remained a mere dream for millions of citizens due to affordability issues. In recent years, efforts by many private developers at improving housing delivery have been hampered by rising inflation and other adverse macroeconomic conditions, which have pushed construction costs to frightening levels, thereby limiting the developers' capacity to build more houses for prospective buyers. This morning, we're joined by an industry stakeholder, estate surveyor and valuer, Mr. Chudi Ubosi, to share insight with our audience on how home seekers can navigate the challenge of housing delivery in the country. Now, Mr. Ubosi is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, NIESV, and is the managing partner at Ubosi LA Plus Co. an estate surveying and valuation firm. And I'm not doing this alone. I'm also doing this alongside Mr. Chuka Uroko, who is our property editor here at Business Day. You're welcome to the show, sirs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much.
So let me start by asking you this question. Firstly, can you give us an overview of the housing challenge in Nigeria? How deep is it?
Thank you very much for inviting me. I think we'll start by saying that it's deep. The problem is there. It's visible to all of us. In terms of qualitative and quantitative housing, there is a problem. Even by the world UN standards, you would hear that, look, even the quantity of housing that we tend to have, many of them are not even adequate based on the standards of the UN. And then in terms of quantitative, depending on who you're speaking to, I mean, we're going to be looking at figures of 10 to 20 million in deficit. So the problem is indeed deep. And you may then ask why. The first thing we'll say is that the government at many stages and many levels have not paid adequate attention to the issue of housing, to the issue of land. Take that, then we'll go to the cost of even the price of land all over the nation. It's very expensive to get land. Talk about building materials, then talk about income levels. The income levels are still so low that even those who desire to own some of these accommodations and even to rent, to just basically lease a place where you can stay over 1 year, 2 years, it's becoming more and more difficult. And then to cap all this is that there are no mortgages. In many of the developed countries, there are mortgages. 60 years, more than 60 years after our independence, we used to have mortgages in the early days, in the 70s, late 60s and early 70s, but no more. That has been, it's now out of the window. And what we have today, people will tell you, yes, the banks will tell you they're giving you mortgages, but indeed what they're giving you are commercial loans. You can't take a mortgage for 25%. And you're told to pay it back in 5 years. A mortgage would usually be something of 20, 25, sometimes 30 years, depending on your age, and then at interest rates of 3, 4, 5%. So it's easy for you to take it from your income, your monthly income or your business income, and pay something every month. And you know that in 20 years, in 30 years, you will own the house. And even if you don't want to own it, you can still sell it somewhere down the road, take out your equity and get a bigger property. But that's the state of our housing industry as it is today.
I know Mr. Chuka has probably loads of questions in the oven that he wants to ask you. So I'm just going to let Mr. Chuka do the next question.
Well, you are welcome to the studio once again. And my question borders on just what you said as why. Why do we have the crisis?
Yes.
You have enumerated a number of reasons for that, but I would like to point out that Nigeria is just a population of 200 million people. Frequently, analysts cite population as part of our problems of having what we are having in the country today. But there are some countries in the world who have even more than that kind of population, yet they don't face the kind of challenges we do. Why are we so different?
Okay, thank you, Chuka. Let me, when you say there are some countries in the world, let me start by saying that 200 million population, there are probably only 5 or 6 countries bigger than we are. The US, maybe India, maybe China, maybe Indonesia, and so on. I think the first thing I will say is this. Look at those countries, look at their land mass. India has, I think, a 1.4 million square meter, 9 million square meters land area, or the US. Some of them are 10 times the size of Nigeria, which is 920,000 square kilometers. So that again is just, look, they have land. We are 900,000 square meters. These guys are 9 million square meters, 6 million square meters land area. But they do have, yes, much more population than we do. But that's just one. The next thing would be, let me say this, every country, no country has actually really solved their housing problems. Let's
completely.
not, you would always have pockets of problems. Even in China, where we think that there is housing, they have a problem of overdevelopment, oversupply of housing. But yes, we have our problems. And again, why is it so? It's primarily because the government has not paid adequate attention to housing. When we talk about the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, housing is top. Housing is top. The government has not paid attention to housing. And then when not paying attention to housing means that they have not paid attention to land policies, they have not paid attention to what the laws governing land. We look at the land use decree, the land use act as it may be. That's a document that was made over 40 years ago. Things have changed. The dynamics are no longer the same. We should actually be changing those laws by now. We should be reviewing them in line with the realities of today's economy, the needs of the people, the housing needs of the people, and so on. And then one of the major problems we have in Nigeria is this issue of development of the urban centers. So we have Lagos. Everybody wants to come into Lagos. Where's the next place? Maybe Ibadan, maybe Shagamu. What's the infrastructure that links them? In the developed countries, you would stay in one city which is 100 kilometers from where you work, and you would take a train ride every morning. It's a 40-minute, 1-hour train ride. You can afford to stay out there. But here, we don't have that infrastructure. So everybody needs to stay in the center. That puts pressure on the available housing. I don't want to, for want of going on and on, it puts pressure on the available housing, it puts pressure on the land, it puts pressure on the rents. People are outbidding each other because they need to have a place to stay. And then the cost of providing this accommodation then makes it difficult for even people, the private sector or the public sector, to go on and keep developing at the speed at which the economy is growing, at which people need these properties.
So speaking of the private and public sector, as you've mentioned, what are their different roles, or how should they be collaborating?
Let me start with the public sector. The public sector is government. What is government's role? Provide us an enabling environment to do business. Provide us an enabling environment to get on with our lives. We don't worry ourselves with what you guys are doing, but give us an economy that works. Give us a system that enables us. I mean, I get up in the morning, I want to go to Chuka's house, I want to come to BusinessDay. It's a smooth drive. I'm not worried about bad roads, I'm not worried about security, and so on. Give us the enabling environment. That is the role of the government. Now, when we talk about an enabling environment, it means give us an economy that works. An economy that works means that there'll be a lot more people that can afford these properties. It means that the financial instruments that will enable us provide, or will enable the creation of mortgages, would be available. An economy that works, an enabling environment, would mean that we have the infrastructure to be that even if I developed a property 50 kilometers out of town, it will still be accessible. I don't need to be in the city. So these are the roles of the public sector. The Federal Mortgage Bank the Nigeria Mortgage Refinancing Company, make it easy for these mortgages to be obtained. Let me say something about one reason, maybe one of the things about not the unavailability of mortgages. Today, the bankers will tell you that 95%, between 90 and 95% of the deposit is call money. Call money means that if I write a check today and walk into my bank, they have an obligation to give me my money. You can't use call money to give me a 30-year mortgage because somewhere along the line there's a mismatch. So the government needs to ensure that even the financial instruments and the financial sector are deep enough to enable people put money for long term, and it is that pool of long term that will enable people, the banks, be able to give out mortgages. And then the private sector, I'm just focused on the public sector. Maybe I'm putting too much blame on them. The private sector are people like you and I, the developers who build houses for sale, build houses to lease out. The average man who takes up a plot of land and builds 6 flats, 8 flats, 2 wings of duplex and so on. What are their roles? Again, just to make sure that then people, if there's that, if the enabling environment is there, then you'll find that the private sector would invest more in real estate. If we take out the average Nigerian has not achieved anything unless he has built a home. That's how we are brought up. That's how the average Nigerian life is.
Our culture.
It's part of our culture. It's part of tradition. So investing in real estate is something that is already part and part of our nature. But it's becoming more and more difficult. The cost of acquisition of the land, even the uncertainties with title, the cost of building and so on. So for the private sector, it will be an offshoot. Once things are working with the public sector, the private sector will flow from there and will be able to make their own major contributions to the housing stock.
I think right now I would like to speak to the topic of our discussion today, which says that worth asking question, what are the options open to home seekers? Given that today we are looking at, as of December, inflation rate was as high as 34.8%. Exchange rate is also an issue.
Yes.
Interest rate is also an issue. So even if I want to take a loan from the bank, I cannot because of the exchange rate. Then we are asking, what are the options open to those people who would still like to live somewhere or rent somewhere, given these challenges in the housing market?
What are the options? Chika, the first thing, I agree with you, inflation rates are high. And just yesterday or 2 days ago, we were looking at a survey that actually indicates that people are moving, there's again a shift. And what is a shift? Rents have risen so high. Rents are rising, they're still rising, and I'm sure we're going to be in this cycle until maybe even for the whole year or way into the second quarter or third quarter. So the man who could afford a property in Ikoyi today can no longer afford it. He has to move somewhere else. He's got to move to Lekki, where the rent he used to pay in Ikoyi is now what
is obtainable in
Lekki. The man who used to live in the Lekki is being driven out because the Ikoyi man is coming and is outbidding him. So he's being driven out and he's being pushed to, is it Osakwa and Aja? And the man in Aja is being pushed to Songo Tedo. Yeah. And the man in Songo Tedo is being pushed to Ekpe. Maybe the man in Ekpe will be pushed to Ijebode at the end of the day. And we all have to, and it plays out even in Ikeja. The man in GRA is being pushed to Ogba, and Ogba is being pushed to Agege. And eventually maybe the Agege man will be pushed to Ota or Ifo. So what are the options? One of the first things that I like to say is, I like to encourage people to get on the property ladder as early as possible. And this might sound political and it might sound as if, but get on the property ladder as quickly as possible. Once you're 25, in fact, once you start earning an income, begin to think, how do I get on the property ladder? Your income at that point, and please just let me say this, your income might not be able to get you a plot of land. Team up with 4, 5, 6 people. Invest in a plot. It doesn't matter where it is. Hold it for 2, 3, 4 years. Sell. Make your profit. Do it again. By the time you are, maybe in 10 years, you'll find that your initial investment of 50,000 could easily be 2, 3 million. That's how, that's one of the ways by which, that's how real estate appreciates in Nigeria. Your initial investment of 50,000, 100,000, in 10 years, if you turn over, if you're consistent and you're faithful and you're focused, you keep turning over, you could easily have a 5 million naira bank account from those real estate investments. What are the options? People will now need to move because land is getting expensive. For a lot of people, they may not be able to buy outright. The average, I saw prices they're not things I would like to see. I saw prices a couple of days ago, and quite honestly, I was asking my partner, I said, look are these prices real in these locations? I was asking my staff, are these prices real? Or are these landlords just on a trip? And they said, these are the prices. So you are now wondering, what are people going to do? Which is a question I'm coming back to answer it again. There has to be a bit of collaborative effort, even amongst stakeholders. If you have friends, 2 of you can team up to buy a plot of land, as small as it is, and share it. For those who cannot buy outright, if you have access to land, the easy way which we do in Nigeria is build gradually. So you have a 4 or 5 year development plan, and every couple of months you put in some money, you roof it, you put in the windows, you put in the doors, and so on.
The house is made.
Well, after a couple of years, yes, you would have your house and you can have peace and not pay landlord anymore. You can still, depending on where you work. I know if you work in some of the top tier industries, the oil industry, the communication, some of the banks, they still give you good mortgage facilities at some reasonable rates. Easily today, the mortgage rates are about 25, 28%. You can't possibly survive on that. But when you work with some of the top tier companies, your mortgages come at a highly reduced interest rate. Based on all that, you might be lucky, you might have a father who befits you a couple of millions.
And what about the people that don't have a father that bequeaths them a couple of millions?
Or don't even have land to bequeath to you.
But you spoke about the mortgage system, and I'm curious to know about the limitations to our mortgage system, because many countries of the world, especially in advanced countries, buying houses with cash is, buying houses with cash is almost non-existent. But in Nigeria, people have to pay cash to buy homes, and obviously this shows that we have some limitations in our mortgage system. So how can this be addressed?
Okay. I like the data we have shows that only about 10% of Nigerians can afford
mortgageable.
Can afford a home, can afford to buy a home. Only about 10% of us. Now we're 200 million people, so about 20 million people could do that. I would even think that figure is lower. But what are the challenges with the mortgage system? One, we don't have long-term capital. The absence of long-term capital is a big problem. And I just talked about 95%, 90 to 95% of the money in the banks being call money. But if you say 90% is call money, the rest of it, maybe 5%, is 180-day to 360-day money. So the rest of it, which is long-term, is actually less than 2-3%. And unless you have that long-term capital, it's difficult to match short-term money with long-term mortgages. You would be struggling. And that's why sometimes when you take a loan, and when we take a loan from the bank, they will tell you something about they have to roll over. They have to, I'm sure you'll be familiar with that term.
Yes,
They have to roll over every 180 days. It's because they have to change, almost virtually change the source of financing, depending on what. The rollover could mean a slightly higher interest, or maybe a lower interest, as the case may be. But more often, it would be just 1 or 2 units plus minus. So that issue of long-term capital is the problem. Then again, we're talking about just the economic environment. If truly today we have mortgages, how many Nigerians can afford this mortgage? The income levels are still too low. We've talked about 70,000 naira minimum wage. How many people can
afford a mortgage?
Again, look at the statistic. There's a figure that says that less than 2% or 1% of Nigerians have over 500,000 in the bank. There's a data. There's a banker's data that says that less than 1% or 2% of Nigerians have over 500,000 naira in their bank account. So you're wondering where the remaining
95%?
No, yes, 95%, 180 million of us. What are our bank balances? So you're wondering where the remaining people are and what indeed these people have in their balances. It's a reflection of the income. The incomes are so low that even if we had mortgages today, people can't afford them. And that still comes back to the fact that it's economic, and the only way that we can begin to grow our mortgage industry is by government intervention. The government must play a role, even if it's just to hold the hands of the finance industry and work with them for a couple of years, and once they're stable and they're solid on ground, then they can let go. But the government must come in with policies, even if it means to subsidize these mortgages to a certain extent, knowing that at the end of the day, housing, as much as we see it as investment and so on, can actually be a social factor in creating an enabling environment and a peaceful environment. If people have a home,
yes,
they are unlikely to create problems. If people have a home, you can track them. Because part of the problem with the Nigerian environment is that beyond here, you don't know who I am. But if I have a home and I have records, you can track me. You can trace me anywhere. So you'll be amazed at how much it is that having a home and having your own property or having a properly registered address can contribute even to a peaceful environment and, in effect, the growth of the economy and so on. And so government must play a major role, at least for now, in having the mortgage industry grow.
Oh, I know Mr. Chuka has a question for you, but permit me to ask you this question very quickly. You've spoken of government intervention. One of the major issues confronting Nigeria and contributing to the housing challenge in major cities is rural-urban migration. If you were to sit with the president right now, what policy measures would you recommend to address this problem?
I think the first thing is there must be some policy regarding rural-urban migration. we need to go back to developing the rural areas. You know, I talked about the urban areas. Everything is here. And why are people moving from the rural areas to the urban areas? It's because there's a semblance of development. You have power, you have electricity, you have infrastructure, you have employment opportunities, you have schools for your children. You just basically have a different life. We need to begin to address the shortcomings of the rural areas. And I just mentioned them. I'm sorry, I'm going to say this. We sit here, we sometimes read about attacks in some village, some people have been attacked, 10 people are killed, 20. I mean, why does that happen? Because the places are so far out, they don't even have regular security and so on. So there has to be a policy to address those things. And then the government must also do things to encourage people to stay in the rural areas, encourage people to set up industries in the rural areas. We need the industries because a lot of even the raw materials that those industries will use are obtained from those neighborhoods. So if I start with the president today, quite honestly, it would be like, look, every year, take 200 locations and let us go all out and develop them. Let's go all out and put in the necessary things that would keep people there. And the average person in the village, if he stays there, he lives in his own house, he eats free food, he's not challenged by a lot of the things we have here, the traffic and so on. He spends less than we do. Once we can provide some of these basic amenities, many of them would remain back there. And then this rural-urban migration will probably be better controlled.
Before I ask my next question, let me still ask you a question on this urbanization issue. Taking Lagos State, for instance, an average Lagos State government official will tell you that up to 600 people enter the city on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And I know that in other economies, urbanization is also a factor that can help grow an economy. If you were to advise the government of this state, for instance, what would you tell Sanwo-Olu about how to, harness the opportunities in the number that we have here to grow the economy of the state, and at the same time solve the problem of destitution and the rest of them, all the challenges that go with too many people not having houses in a city like Lagos?
Okay, what I would say is, I think your figure, you might be understated. I think the figure from the Lagos State is probably about 2,000 people. There's a net entry of about 2,000 people every day into Lagos. Believe me, the first thing that we all know is that the development cannot cope with the influx of people. The rate of development cannot cope with the influx of people. Lagos is the smallest state, by the way.
By landmass?
By landmass. We still have Badagry, we still have Ekpe at one end, with Korodu at the other at one end. But Lagos remains the smallest state by landmass. The influx of people at a net entry of about 2,000 a day is more than any state in the country receives. The problems we face today are simply because of that entry. That mass entry comes in with pressure on the services, pressure on the roads, pressure on the infrastructure, the security issues. You don't know, you come out in the morning, you drive on some roads, you see 100 people sleeping on the roads, and you know that they have no home. These guys cannot be identified. I'm not sure whether the problem is, I always tell Lagos State, and I say this, that Lagos State is a victim of its own success. Lagos State is a victim of its own success. And I'll say something, if every other state governor was as effective as what these guys are doing here, then we won't have this much influx of people. Now, how will Sanwo-Olu cope with a lot of these people? We need to first of all identify who and who are coming into the state, if it were possible, but it's very difficult. A lot of, if that, they're trying, again, let me not say that they're not trying, they're trying, they have the Lagos State registration, resident registration thing that they do, they're trying. A lot of these guys can be harnessed into agriculture, whether we like it or not. A lot of them can be harnessed into things like agriculture. A lot of them can be harnessed into social services. But it's difficult to have this mass of people coming in who are contributing very little. They don't pay tax. They don't, they're, I don't know, I'm being very cautious about the kind of words to use. They don't pay tax. They're a burden on the system.
Constitute a nuisance.
They constitute a nuisance. You need to drive into a papa in the days when the trailers were on the bridge. You need to walk that bridge, and the stench of urine and feces and so on. And you would wonder, this is Lagos. This is the center of excellence. But it's not. This is not the government. This is not the government. At this level, many of these guys can't control what's going on. So a lot of it is really about trying to make sure that they can come to terms with who are in the state. What are their competencies? How can we use them? I still believe that 80% of the people who are come should just be pushed into agriculture. You know, if we can push them into agriculture, food prices will come down. They themselves would have something to do. They're earning a living. They're probably being accommodated in the farms. They have food to eat. They're making more money than they would have been making from the states in which they have come in here. But yes, they come in, and you will see many of them on the streets also begging and so on. Quite honestly, it's a very tough one for the government, and I'm not sure that even the government has a solution. And the question you've asked me is a little, I think, I can prefer. Yes.
Let me still take you to the federal government. You see, frequently we say that government has no business in housing. That rather, just we haven't said it here, that they should just provide the enabling environment and leave the private sector to do their thing. But I personally believe that government has everything to do with housing, because policy drives investment, drives growth, and that is government policy. Now, the Tinubu administration, before they came into power, that is as a candidate, was telling us that all the housing agencies will be met together to produce one bigger agency that will drive housing, because according to them, all these agencies are fragmented. And recently, the government floated what he called the MREF, Ministry of Finance Integrated Real Estate Finance Fund. That fund, they say, is government will provide as much as 1 trillion naira, and then people will have to apply. But my question is, in the midst of MREF, or before MREF, we'll have what we call Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, we'll have the NMRC, you have the NHF at the demand side to support demand side. At the supply side, you also have the family home funds and the NHF, the FHA. These are government agencies that are supposed to supply houses. It's, in my view, government is abandoning all these agencies and forming a new fund, or rather establish a new fund that people have to apply. So, do you see a kind of inconsistency, or people just throwing confusion to break into the system to let the people know that, oh, we are doing something? So what is your view on all of this?
Okay, Chika, what I would say is government, you know, government agencies and government and the people who run them, from experience in Nigeria, we know that these guys are territorial. Once you run an agency, it's almost as if it's your territory.
Yes.
So you are territorial. And I assure you that as good intentioned, as well intentioned as this administration may be, that may be one of the problems that they are facing. The territorial nature of each of these agencies. Now, look at it this way. We can call almost about 10 of those agencies: FHA, Mortgage Bank, Nigeria Mortgage Finance, and so on and so forth, the family home funds, and so on. We can call them. Every one of them has an MD, several
CEOs and MDs,
the executive directors,
yes.
And everybody is
getting along.
What did you say? Getting along or eating along, and everybody's several jeeps are attached.
Yes,
They're going on
yes.
all. Now you have one single organization. It's the same. You probably would have one CEO, several, 2 or 3 more executive directors, and you're going to remove a lot of people from that line. So you can understand why this issue of merger, that's my opinion. When he said it, it was one of the things that first occurred to me, and I said this might be difficult. So I'm not surprised that nearly 2 years or so into
government,
it hasn't taken place. The new mortgage Ministry of Finance Real Estate
Fund.
Good idea. Nigeria has never lacked
good
ideas. We've never lacked good ideas. The problem we always have is that of implementation.
Execution, okay.
Just execute them. If even with the the Federal Mortgage Bank, Mortgage Refinance Company, I think they just got a $28 million loan from one of the agencies abroad. You know, even with all these guys, if each of these guys worked consensuously and tried to implement the role for which they were set up, it doesn't matter. Yes, they would overlap in a couple of places, but the average Nigerian would be better off for it. But what we have today are a lot of these agencies, and you really can't tell what it is that they are doing. You try to process a loan with the Federal Mortgage Bank, and you look at some of these conditions, and you're like, what is it? I think now you can get 15 million. Only a couple of years ago, it was 5 million. What would 5 million do for you? Even the 15 million that you get today, what exactly
can you do with it?
What exactly would it do for you? But that aside, your question is, what do I think of all these agencies? The point is, there is more than enough. We are 200 million Nigerians. If we have 10 agencies servicing 200, their roles may overlap here and there, but we will be better off for it if they were focused and working conscientiously according to the template, the terms of their reference and the terms of who they were set up. We won't have any problem. But today we have people who are territorial, spend most of their time attending seminars and workshops, and
line up and
you said that. I didn't say that. So that's it.
Because we have to go now, we've overspent time. I'll just ask if you have any final words to say.
I think before that, time I would, because the aim of this conversation is for us to point to home seekers where it will be easy for them, or how it will be easy for them to own homes. You are a professional real estate agent by being an estate surveyor and valuer. Now, what 3, 4, 5 places can you point to people who are looking for rents where they can get that affordably?
There's nothing that is affordable. There's nothing that is not affordable. It just depends on
where you stand.
Where you stand and what you are looking for, the kind of, I mean, if you call me today as a practitioner and say, look, I'm looking for a flat, I want to buy a flat in Ikoyi. The first thing I would ask you is, how many bedrooms? 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms? What part of Ikoyi do you want? What's your budget? It's always we are very particular about what's your budget. Yes. Because your budget, you'll find out that somebody who wants to buy something in Ikoyi, which is, let's say, is 10x, has a budget of 2x. And then when you tell him that, no, your budget, with your budget, you should be looking at Magodo or Ogudu. And he says, no, I want Ikoyi. So the first thing would be, what is your definition of affordable? What is your definition of not affordable? So it would depend on what people are looking for. If you want, I don't even know where to start, but if it depends on what and much, a lot of times, quite honestly, it depends on what your budget is. Your budget determines
where you go,
where you get, and what you can get, and where you can go. So that's how I would put it.
Yeah, that's about it. I just need to know your final words before we wrap up on the conversation.
Final words. I think I had said something earlier, which is get on the property ladder, no matter how difficult it is. I had a mentor who used to say, he used to call it delayed gratification. He would say, look, delay your gratification for the future. Get 2, 3, 4 friends together. Invest in a plot of land. If it's 1 million, it's 2 million, if it's 5 million, just get on the property ladder. You will, and just keep buying and selling. At a point in time, you'll be amazed at how much you have. And that enables you, even if you start at a young age, in the future, you'll be shocked at what your bank balance is. But I always encourage people to get on the property ladder. There can't be anything, or there is nothing better than owning a piece of real estate.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Chudi Ubosi, as well as you, Mr. Chuka Roko, for sharing your insights with us today on the Big Story segment here at the BDTV Breakfast Show. We definitely have to revisit this conversation again, but thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
This has been the Big Story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching Business Day TV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Norma Obona and it's a pleasure to have you start your day with us. First, let's see what's making the headlines this morning. Tinubu approves 65-year retirement age for doctors, health workers. BOT backs governors, affirm Ude Okoye as PDP National Secretary. Tinubu seeks Senate approval to raise 2025 budget to 64.6 trillion naira. Argentina to pull out of WHO. EPL admits 13 VAR errors, pushes for offside tech introduction. We begin the news in Nigeria, where President Bola Tinubu has approved an increase in the retirement age for doctors and other health workers from 60 to 65 years. The National Publicity Secretary, Nigerian Medical Association, Mania Bature, made the disclosure in a statement on Wednesday in Lagos. Bature said the coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Mohammed Pate, has been directed to formally present the approval to the Council on Establishment through the Office of the Head of Service for finalization. He said Pate conveyed the policy shift during a high-level meeting with the NMA President Bala Awudu and key stakeholders in the health sector. Bature said the meeting also had in attendance the leadership of the Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria, the National Association of Nigerian Nurses and Midwives, and the Joint Health Sector Unions. He said discussions centered on progress made regarding the welfare of doctors and other healthcare professionals in Nigeria. Moving on, the Board of Trustees of the People's Democratic Party has affirmed former National Youth Leader Sunday Ude Okoye as the party's substantive National Secretary, throwing its weight behind PDP governors amid the party's lingering leadership crisis. The board's chairman and former Senate President Adolphus Wabara made the announcement on Tuesday at the 80th meeting of the board in Abuja, following months of internal wrangling over the position. The PDP has been embroiled in a leadership crisis exacerbated by the fallout from the 2023 general elections. The battle over the National Secretary position intensified after the Southeast PDP nominated Ude Okoye to replace Senator Samuel Anyanwu, who contested the Imo State governorship election. Despite the Court of Appeals December 2024 ruling affirming Ude Okoye, Anyanwu's loyalists resisted the decision, leading to the tensions within the party. Still on, President Bola Tinubu has written to the National Assembly requesting an increase in the 2025 budget from 49.7 trillion naira to 54.6 trillion naira. His request was conveyed in separate letters sent to both the Senate and the House of Representatives, which were read during plenary by Senate President Godswill Akpabio and the Speaker of the House, Abbas Tajuddin. In the letter read by Akpabio, Tinubu explained that the proposed increase is based on additional revenue generated by key government agencies. According to the breakdown, the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, contributed 1.4 trillion naira. The Nigerian Customs Service generated 1.2 trillion naira, while other government-owned agencies accounted for 1.8 trillion naira. Following the reading, Akpabio referred the request to the Senate Committee on Appropriations for prompt consideration, assuring that the budget review process would be concluded and passed before the end of the month. To end the local news, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has issued new directives for Bureau de Change, BDC, operators, mandating that the records be maintained for all transactions, showing the bank verification numbers of end users and endorsing dollar sales on international passports. The new regulation aims to enhance tracking, transparency, and anti-money laundering efforts in the foreign exchange markets operated by BDCs. In a circular signed by W.J. Kanya, acting director of the Trade and Exchange Department, the CBN stated that these guidelines include a weekly purchase cap of $25,000 per BDC from authorized dealers. The CBN further clarified that the foreign exchange purchased by BDCs must be sold to end users at a rate not exceeding a 1% margin above the buying rate. This margin will apply to all funds regardless of the source. On the foreign scene, Argentina has announced it will pull out of the World Health Organization, mirroring a similar move by the U.S. President Donald Trump last month. Presidential spokesperson Manuel Adoni said at a news conference that President Javier Milei instructed Foreign Minister Gerardo Huertanin to withdraw Argentina's participation in the World Health Organization. He said Argentinians will not allow an international organization to intervene in the country's sovereignty, much less in the health system. Adoni said Argentina's decision was based on profound differences regarding health management, especially during the pandemic, which led them to the longest lockdown in human history, and a lack of independence in the face of the political influence of some states. Also, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit the U.S. next week and meet President Donald Trump, the White House says. Other reports say Modi will attend the dinner hosted by the U.S. President on a two-day trip. The dates of the official walk-in visit have yet to be announced. Modi will be among the first foreign leaders to meet Trump at the White House during his second term. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is currently in Washington, and Japan's PM Shigeru Ishiba is due this week. Modi and Trump shared warm relations during the U.S. president's first term. Last week, they had a productive phone call and discussed illegal immigration, security, and trade ties, according to the White House. Now to sports. The Premier League is actively addressing the challenges posed by video assistant referee errors, having recorded 13 mistakes in the first 23-match round of the current season, a notable decrease from 20 errors at the same point last term. The errors comprise 4 incorrect VAR interventions and 9 missed interventions as identified by the key match incident panel. In response, the league has unveiled a 6-point plan aimed at enhancing the accuracy, speed, and transparency of VAR decisions. A central component of this initiative is the potential introduction of semi-automated offside technology, SAOT, before the season concludes. To end the news, 2-time UFC middleweight champion Israel Adesanya has fallen 2 places to 4th in the official UFC rankings following his second-round TKO loss to Nusradin Imavov at UFC Fight Night 250 in Saudi Arabia. The Nigerian-born New Zealander's defeat, which marked his 3rd consecutive loss in 12 months, has resulted in a significant shift in the middleweight rankings, with Imavov climbing to the 2nd spot ahead of Khamzat and Chimaev. Despite the French contender's high ranking, Chimaev is still expected to challenge the winner of the championship rematch between Dricus du Plessis and Sean Strickland, according to MMA journalist and official media voter John Morgan. And this ends the breakfast news this morning on BDTV. Stay with us as we bring you the top stories analysis. I am Norma Obona. Stay tuned.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were 2 doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down. I said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory. We're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy. Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Shomuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the clothes in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory. We're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy. Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back. This is the top story analysis on BDTV, where we discuss some of our local stories making headlines. And to join the discussion this morning is our in-house analyst, Mr. Mohammed Akonji. Welcome, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Norma. Good morning. How are you, sir?
Very nice.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so to go off, we're going to start with Tinubu approves 65 years retirement age for doctors and health workers. What's your take on this one? Because when I was reading the news, they said it was from 60 and then it has gone to 65 years now.
Of course. Maybe it's the current wave that we have been experiencing lately. I think that's happened to teachers, judges, current wave of upward retirement. And I was discussing with someone this morning, just a little bit of a background, that most of all this, maybe 60 years of retirement, was actually bequeathed to us by the British.
Yes.
Maybe it's the right time we checked some of these provisions and then see how we can be able to localize them within our settings. Because, okay, doctor at the age of 60, some still believe when the job is not one that is actually more physical exertions that demand more of that. But so, I mean, that's just on a lighter mode that, okay, in fact, because the mental kind of activities, so they can still be able to get it done. The same work for judges now, the president just signed that to 70 years.
Yes.
We had for teachers too, has gone to 65 years, and several of those things are what you've seen. So maybe it could be a good thing. I mean, a very positive light in that direction. And then we saw NMA, Nigerian Medical Association, and the Medical and Data Council, when they were unveiling that discussion yesterday in Abuja through the National Secretary, who a man named Dr. Manir Bature was the one who mentioned, two things that you unveiled there. Apart from that, with upward retirement, that the government is trying to consolidate the salary scale as well.
Yes.
There have been these issues between doctors and other health service workers who believe that there is pay disparity between what they earn and what they give to other categories, nurses, junior doctors, pharmacists, and the like. So you unveil that, and we see the commendations they actually be able to direct on the part of the government, and the Minister of Health and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Dr. Mohammed Ali Pate, who was very instrumental to ensuring that the president signed. I think it was based on his recommendation that the president considered that worthy to be able to increase the retirement age for doctors and medical workers generally to the age of 65. But the question we want to ask is when will this take effect?
That's another thing
because this will still have to be able to still go maybe for final approval at National Assembly or something. I think that was already there. But they believe, it is believed that this gesture will help to be able to address the issue of brain drain, that's very prevalent in the medical line. I'm sure we've seen that. Maybe this can be another way to be able to, inspire some confidence and assuage some of their fears. At the same time, to be able to ensure improved knowledge transfer. I think I've had cases where some of those doctors who just be able to retire, the ability to be able to impact on coming generations, transferring those knowledge. So we'll be able to see junior doctors, upcoming doctors, learn from some of these experienced and elderly doctors. And at the same time, maybe to be able to also improve quality of healthcare delivery. I think that can really be able to help, because experience, they say, is the best of teachers.
Yes,
and the experience these people have mastered over the years will definitely be able to come to bear. My own worry, I just said there's just two of them. The first is, I just hope it won't be another venue to be able to block upcoming and emerging doctors as well.
That is another.
That's another angle too. So it won't be like, the field got. But the issue have actually been, okay, what is even the ratio of doctors to patients? Do we have enough already? But I'm sure that would be another ground. We still have some doctors in modern times. They're still claiming they are still finding it very difficult to be able to get hospitals to do their housemanship, to do their residency program, and things like that. I've spoken to doctors. I've had two or three of them who had that challenge for a while. And then maybe beyond the retirement, anyway, the basic amenities, the basic facilities they needed to work with, the government still needed to check that direction as well. Yes, this is actually a good thing in that direction coming out of the government. How about the basic facilities? There was a report yesterday that UCH in Ibadan that patients bring their solar inverters to the hospitals.
Yes.
You understand? The
Yes.
patient, I'm talking about families of the patient
Yes.
who are hospitalized, that they won't bring in the alternative power sources because the NEPA people, the IBDC has cut off the electricity to that
they
place.
said the hospital is owing over
Over
400 million.
So I'm sure those facilities, those amenities, some of those. Imagine an hospital not having access to constant power supply, where certain things that actually they needed to have electricity for to ensure they run them. So I think that's also needed in that regard. And the issue of their welfare, beyond the welfare package as well. I think, I saw the documents there. I would look at the document that the coordinating Minister of Health and Welfare and the Minister of Health mentioned about, salary harmonization and some of those things in that regard. But there is a need for that consolidation to be properly brought on board, and then so that it's not be able to be, the announcement has been made, the president has okayed it, has approved it. When will it be able to come to fruition? That's another thing. We needed them to be able to come out and explain to us.
I do hope that a proper date is set for the implementation. That's what I hope,
very
so that
vital.
at least we can move on to the
Move
next
on
things
to the next
and
stage
talk
and
about
see, okay,
much
the
more
other things that should be able to affect that sector. Because, of course, it is understandable that sector is very critical to national development.
Extremely
and,
critical.
And
we can't do anything without our
Yeah,
doctors.
Very, very vital. Very vital.
Okay, so we move on to the next topic. We have BOT backs governors, affirms Ude Okoye as PDP National Secretary. What do you have to say?
Yeah, of course. Okay, I think maybe we discussed this 2 days ago.
Yes.
Because I think the meeting had happened yesterday. The BOT members, the Board of Trustees, the political permutations, the political juggernauts within the PDP really be able to crank their weapons again yesterday, and we saw that it came out to full glare. But I think for the benefit of our listeners, just to be able to lay a background to that, remember, so the issue was actually around the national secretary of the party, the national secretary, which is between two titans. Mr. Samuel Nwanyawu, I think they call him Samuel Daddy. That's what the name they call him. Okay. And then Mr. Ode Okoye, Sunday Ode Okoye, who was formerly the national youth, is the youth president of the party. But in 2023, Samuel Nwanyawu went to contest for the governorship election in Imo State. But he claimed that he never resigned his position. That was his position. That was just like he alluded to certain things at the National Executive Council.
But I thought they have these strict rules where if you are holding a position, you cannot contest for another one. Like
because this is a party, so I think their party did not be able to make that provision.
Okay.
It was not clearly stated.
Okay.
So it's not like if you are holding a public office, a senator, an House of Rep member, you must go and contest for governorship, then you have to resign that. Okay. Because remember, it's just a secretary of a political party who also be able to pick the governorship form of a state. And then it was the party flag bearer, the PDP flag bearer of the state. They lost the election and then it came back. So coming back, he felt that he can be able to return back and that Sunday Ode Okoye should go back to being the national youth leader as he has actually been. But the two of them went to court. So there was a case. The two of them went to court over that matter. One of the court of appeal, the one in Imo State, Abia State, affirmed Ode Okoye as the acting national secretary of the party. Okay. Then it also went to Abuja. The same court of appeal in Abuja says status quo should remain. Nwanyawu should be recognized as, and that's created a lot of crisis in the party. Yes. Of course, this is a lot of watchers and analysts felt that this is a fight between Wike's camp and the Bala Mohammed, who is actually the PDP, the chairman of the PDP Board of Governors. So, I mean, because these are, what's it called? Wike is actually in support of Samuel Nwanyawu, while Bala Mohammed, who is the governor of Bauchi State, is actually in support of Ode Okoye. Wow. So they went to court, they got that judgment. But the BOT eventually agreed that there will be a meeting in Delta State yesterday, even though the legality of that has been checked. The BOT eventually said, then the BOT sided because it appears that Ode Okoye won now. That is like 2-1. At the time it was 1-1. The court judgment, the other one came. But now the BOT, led by Senator Adolphus Wabara, affirmed that it should be confirmed before the National Executive Council meeting in March of the party, where another election will take place to elect the new executive members. But before that will happen, Daudi Okoye should be confirmed as the substantive national secretary of the party. Kiwanyawu, we saw he has not been able to put down his arsenal yet because he was still be able to threaten fire and brimstone over that. So, but they studied the court. There was a court report that was studied, and that was where the BOT sided with that. So a lot of people still believe, oh, maybe it is weak. It is Bala Mohammed now and weak is zero at this point. But I'm sure they will not take it like it is. We've got to be able to expect a lot of fire back coming from their own hand as well.
Let's see as the development happens.
Of course.
So next we have Tinubu 6 Senate approval to raise 2025 budget to 64.6 trillion naira. I don't know where exactly are we going with this budget, because we had already set up about, so why is there a sudden increase? Are there new things we need to buy or
sorry about the mind that I giggled. So the original budget was 49.7 trillion.
Yes.
So the president requested for an additional 4.5 trillion addition. So it's equals to about 54.2 trillion naira.
Okay.
And of course, you know, there are just two sides to it. It's a mixed bag, as I like to say. Because the president said, from the letter read by the leader of the Senate yesterday, Senator Godswill Akpabio, he said the letter written by the president was that they are additional revenue generated by certain government parastatals. You know? He cited custom, cited Federal Inland Revenue Service, more taxes, the custom, and then from other agencies. So that was what inspired them. That was what motivated them to request for additional, the checking up, the rise in the budget. I'm sure people will go together because there are what a lot of analysis and watchers have been saying about public commentators about the implication and the consequence of this. And this actually appears because things like that would have gone in the supplementary budget. That has been the trend.
Yes.
So why because we are expecting this week, that was in fact my expectation yesterday before the news broke, was that the different committees that scrutinize the budget have done their job. They've invited the ministers, the directors, the PS, permanent secretaries that are involved in the ministry to come and defend the content of the original, the 49.7 trillion. And they finished up with that. In fact, the plenary began on Tuesday. And at the plenary, it was just to be able to put the budget to the voice vote and then ensure that they dot all the I's and cross all the T's, and ensure that the passage is effected. So that when the passage is effected, it can therefore be sent to the president. That was the original plan before, you know, the new dimension to it happened again from the president yesterday, which is quite unbelievable. Okay, I would say it's not shocking. It is unexpected. You know, because we've never really been able to see that. Rather, most of what would have happened would be the president to come up with a supplementary budget. You know, and then people are still saying this has a tendency to raise inflation the more. Can it be inflationary? The argument, the jury is still out there. It's still out there. Maybe that can actually be able to evoke more inflationary tendencies. Even though Mr. Taiwo Yedele, the tax man, said, okay, it will only be inflationary. It will be inflationary inducing if we are only printing more money to fund the budget. Since the money is actually coming from a productive venture. It's like the case of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden that tend to spend about 50% of their budget on expenditure in that case. But these revenues that we are even talking about here, that second question will be, maybe this is a budget already that has close to about 16 to 18 trillion deficit. Why not be concerned about funding the debt? If we have this additional revenue, why not be bothered about funding the funding the deficits that we have, instead of raising the expenditure, spending more. So as I said, it is two sides to the story. Some people still at the same time felt like even the 50 trillion is not even enough for an economy of ours. If we wanted to actually be able to achieve that $1 trillion status that we wanted to be able to achieve. So I'm sure there are two sides of the argument, but my own position is I felt like it could have just gone in front of the supplementary budget, because I'm sure that's not going to be the end. They are still the development.
They're still going to scrutinize
this one again. The man tells us it's not saying maybe this will only go to the committee, the Senate Committee on Appropriation and Budget, because this additional 4.5 trillion that they are demanding for, we only need the revenue sources. we're still asking for the cost, like the expenditure items.
Yes.
Where are those monies? Where are they expected to be expended
Where are they
to?
going into?
Where are they going to go to? So if yes, this additional revenue was generated by Federal Land Revenue, by Nigeria Customs Service, by the Inland Revenue, we still needed to be able to see where are they to be expended, because the 49.7 expenditure is what is going to 54 now.
Yes.
So that item there were not properly clear to us as at yesterday, but the implication of an additional budget, it could be inflationary if we are not careful. Even though we might say, yes, it's not ways and means, we're not printing additional money to fund the budget. It's actually coming from a productive venture. But inflation, we should remember, is just too much money. Once you have too much money there, chasing few available goods, it's going to be able to induce inflation. So, maybe.
Okay. Let's move on to the next discussion. We have CBN orders BDCs to endorse dollar sales in passports.
International passports, okay. So I think that one too came from the central bank yesterday. There were two things they actually announced, to ensure that international passports would actually be used as a means of evidence of payment, and that they limit the bureau de change, the BDC operators, the bureau de change operators, to about $25,000 daily.
Yes.
And ensure that you can be able to source it from just only one approved dealers that you have, that the central bank came. So, of course, it is still, don't forget, the attempt is still to get a hold of the exchange rate fluctuations, to entrench transparency, fairness, and integrity in that market. A lot of things have actually, remember, on several occasions, we've had people who have become billionaires and trillionaires by just speculating on the market. And just be able to play. What is this? Just be able to say in the morning, let the market price. The market started on a day at, let's say, 1,000, and they will be able to do something to be able to tweak the market to go to 1,500. So they quickly buy at 1,000 in the morning and then sell at 1,500 within just 8 hours. And people are, the CBN governor has made mention of people who just benefit like that from the last administration. But these they are still doing, and I'm sure you were yourself and these as well quite mentioned that about the level of stability we've witnessed since January. We've not seen it, go bolted out of hand. The exchange rate has not bolted out of hand. It has been able to remain within within the threshold, within that benchmark that the central bank has tried to be able to maintain it. So some of these, raft of instructions, the raft of directives coming from the central bank is just to maintain that, So we ensure, so by the time international passport is evident, we'll be able to know how they're allocating this money.
Okay.
Especially for the PTAs, personal travel allowance, and those on the BTAs. There's actually a new a new directive on that as well, so that we know who's actually getting it, or whether they're just giving it to speculators who is just trying to be able to make money out of the system. So that's what the central bank is just trying to be able to do. How effective this will be, we'll see in days ahead. The effectiveness of that, at least with two of the few policies that we've seen in the last 2 months, we've been able to see some level of sanity and some level of stability.
Yes, the stability is the one that I think everyone has really experienced
now in a few days. It's not like, that has grown up again, and then start seeing the panic button and everybody being on an overdrive.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed,
thank you very much
your
for
great insights on the top stories this morning. And it's always a pleasure to see you.
The pleasure is all mine.
It's always a pleasure to, and also our amazing viewers. It's always a pleasure to have you watching the show. And this is where we're going to bring it to a wrap this morning. And we're asking you to stay tuned as we bring you the newspaper review. I am Norma Obuna.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
So I'm Sam Abu. I'm the country senior partner for PwC Nigeria and the regional senior partner for PwC West Market, which is West Africa.
The event has just been wrapped up and it was really, really insightful. I want to know, aside from like my own personal experience, what was the reason why this roundtable was so important to hold?
This forum, these kind of sessions provide us an opportunity to have very important conversations about the direction of the country. There are a number of business leaders in the room today, as you saw. And the one thing that business leaders are contending with is how to navigate the complexities of operating in the kind of global economic environment that we are in today. So these conversations or these sessions enable us to share perspectives and insights and information about how the strategies to deploy in running our businesses. But I think it's also very important in shaping the conversations we need to have in this country about the direction of travel of the country. Because we are all, whether business leaders or individuals, we're all stakeholders in this country.
Yes.
So having this opportunity to have conversations and discussions about our economy, about the budget, about government reforms and policies is a critical part of the job that we have to do as business leaders, as individuals in this country. So this is, I would say that is the primary motivation for doing something like this. But I think it's of immense value to everybody who attends it.
Thank you so much. I also want to know, what is your major takeaway from this event?
If I was to say the one thing that I took away was optimism. You know, I mean, we kind of came in there today, everybody had a slightly pessimistic view of where 2025, what 2025 would mean for businesses, especially given where we're coming from in 2024. Think about the macroeconomic challenges that we've had to deal with in 2024 in Nigeria and even across the world, inflation, currency volatility, you just name it. But the overwhelming sentiment today was positivity. Like, I think it can't get any worse than it was last year, you see? So inflation, the outlook is that inflation is going to come down, going to trend down. There's going to be some stability in exchange rates. There's even a suggestion that exchange rate might come down. God, amen to that, right?
Amen. Yeah.
So yeah, I would say the overwhelming sentiment is 2025 will be a better year than 2024, and we'll begin to see an upward trajectory in all our metrics, economic metrics. Of course, the road ahead is still rough. 2024 was that it is a better year doesn't mean it is perfect or it is good. Yeah. It is just that we're coming from a very low base when you talk about inflation or currency volatility. So the fact that we're going up, we're trending up, is reason to be hopeful and reason to be optimistic about the future of business in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, sir, for sitting with us and granting us this interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
So I would like to get what your key takeaways from this event. I believe that you were not just a panelist, but you were also a member of the audience.
Yeah, the key takeaway for me will be that there was the consistency and consensus that the reforms were the right reforms and that the direction of travel is going to take us to the Nigeria that we want. It's also one of the takeaways also that the outlook for 2025 is much better than 2024 was. And this is not just because we're being optimistic, it is based on what the data is saying around inflation expectations and the factors that were stoking inflation in 2024, which are no longer there in 2025, in addition to the base effect that, it can be worse than it was before. Yeah. And then you have expectation around interest rates, because as inflation begins to moderate, the monetary authorities will have the reason to cut interest rates. And also even additionally, we have the credit concession scheme for the businesses. All of these altogether mean that we should have the opportunity to celebrate or begin to celebrate in 2025 that the sacrifices that we made as a people is beginning to yield results. And for people generally, it's to not just all be negative about the economy, because that way you may miss out on the opportunities, which I think are bound across all sectors.
Okay, so based on the panel that you just had, I heard that you spoke a lot about data, and from what we're just discussing right now, you seem to be a very big believer of data. So what are the opportunities that people should look forward to investing into in 2025 if they want to thrive in their businesses?
I think it cuts across all sectors, because whether you're talking about manufacturing or industry generally, whether you're talking about services, including financial services, telecommunication, whether you're talking about energy sector, we have a lot of focus around energy in particular, from renewable to additional investments, including the policy decentralizing electricity regulation, which means that the state can now decide, to generate and put whatever excess into the grid. So those reforms are also going to provide opportunities across the board. Even the tariff increase on telecommunication, why nobody is happy that tariffs are going up, the issue is that will help them to improve quality, and quality of service will feed into the economy by way of better productivity, which will overcompensate for the additional tariff and that we're having to bear. And so I do think that depending on the sector you operate, just look out for the opportunities and you will find.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. It was really lovely sitting with you. I want to know, is there any other thing you would like to add? Maybe a question that you felt was not answered properly in the hall, or you would like to say anything here?
No, I think it's just to encourage everyone to play their part and engage with the government constructively. And that's the way to solve the problems. Complaints don't solve problems. Ideas and solutions are the ways to solve problems.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much for sitting with us.
My name is Dr. Gabriel Ubeche. I'm the Group Managing Director of Rain Oil Limited.
You spoke really well in your panel, and you did really amazing with the questions that were thrown at you also. But we still have more questions, and we just want to know, what is your outlook for this year in the light of the new policies that has been brought out in 2025?
2025 remains a very optimistic year. I think our worst days are behind us. 2024, 2023, we had the twin challenge of the fuel subsidy removal and the attendant increase in the price of petroleum products, and then the Naira devaluation, which also impacted the price of petroleum products. And then we saw the demand for petroleum products go down and the general effect it had on the economy. A lot of companies took FX losses, but I think that 2025, all that is behind us now. All we see is positivity. I think the economy now is in the right trajectory. We've seen a calmness in the exchange rate, because I've always argued that the problem we've had in this country, or the problem we've had in the last year or so, wasn't really what the exchange rate was, as much as people waking up in the morning and not knowing what the exchange rate is. So it doesn't matter whether exchange rate is 1,006 or 1,007 or 1,008, but could it be stable? Can we plan with it? Can we wake up in the morning and say exchange rate is 1,800 and you can hold on to the fact that it's 1,800. That wasn't what the case was. But now we've seen calmness in the exchange rate. Exchange rate is now about 1,550 naira to the dollar. Again, because of the transparency which the Central Bank of Nigeria brought to the exchange rate regime. And I'm aware that they keep tweaking those policies. So we're seeing that stability. And once you have that stability, I think the economy will definitely pick up.
Okay. Also, I know that you were a panelist, but you're also part of the audience first before you went on to your panel. So what are your key takeaways from the entire event, both from your own panel and the one before you?
My key takeaway is when Taiwo Uidele said we should think positively because, when we think negatively, it kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I completely agree with him when he gave the example of, it's like when you wake up and say, oh, Naira is going to devalue. Once you have that mindset, you find out that you unconsciously begin to take actions towards that goal. And once everybody begins to take action towards that goal, then it just becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. The Naira loses value. So we should stop betting against the Naira. I mean, when he also said that we have $30 billion in domiciliary accounts in Nigeria, if Nigerians are holding $30 billion within Nigerian banks, then it simply means that the whole nation have essentially bet against the Naira. Then we should take responsibility for what the outcome, which we all eventually got. But again, I think that things can only get better.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for granting us this interview. And I hope to see you in more events so that we can also interact.
Thank you, Norma.
Thank you so much for agreeing to sit with us. I would like to know your key takeaways from the event today, because I know that you were not just a panelist, but you were also part of the audience.
Okay, so I think for me, it's the positive outlook. I can say it's cautious optimism, but the fact that there is hope in the horizon and that 2025 will be a much better year than 2024 was across a number of dimensions. I think that's my key takeaway. And that's uplifting for myself and for other listeners as well. So that's my key takeaway.
Okay, thank you so much. Also, you spoke on some trends, which is AI at this point. And for so many businesses, they are lagging behind in joining up with this trend of AI. What would be your advice to those organizations and businesses in implementing AI into their system?
Okay, as I said during the session, AI is here to stay. And the fact that it can have a significant impact on what we do, how we live, how businesses will run can't be underestimated. I think for me, the biggest thing that needs to happen locally is the need to build trust, because stakeholders need to understand what it's about and how it will benefit them. And part of that building trust, for me, is practicing responsible AI. Responsible AI is about looking at not just the legal dimension, but the ethical dimension. There are always ethical questions thrown up when people start talking about AI. There could be bias, there could be hallucinations. There are a raft of issues to consider. But responsible AI, really, it's about just approaching AI from the point of view of ensuring accountability, transparency, and fairness in how it is done. I think that's the very first step. And for anybody going into an AI conversation, you need to first define what responsible AI means to you. Yes. Once you tackle that, then you can begin to build trust in that process. Obviously, then you also need to invest in technology and capacity building. But as I said, there are interesting use cases going on globally. And we need to, as a people, as a nation, as an industry, begin to start leveraging those use cases and seeing how we can use those to scale up and improve our bottom line and our efficiencies and operational efficiencies as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma. Thank you for granting us this interview. And I hope to see you another time so that we could talk more.
Thank you very much.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome. This is the newspaper review segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujobi, and I have here with me Muhammad Akonji in the studio to reveal the top stories on the dailies. Welcome, Mohammed.
Thank
How are you
very
doing
much,
today?
Very well, and you too?
Wonderful to have you once again.
Thank you. I mean, it's
It's
really, really glad to see you again.
That's great. So we're here to talk about the stories we're seeing on the dailies today.
And you can see it. They actually look so packed and
Yes.
full across.
Yes,
major,
and there are some
papers that we've seen.
There's some major reoccurring ones we've seen across the page, across the pages now. On the Punch, we start the Punch today, Thursday, February 6th. At top, we see the story says PDP Secretary Wike Camps kicks as Board of Trustees backs governors. And then secession, Nigeria didn't learn from civil war, says Dogara. On page 2, it's transporters, NLC, that's Nigeria Labour Congress chapters. Trade Union Congress rejects highway tolling. Yes. And then coming down a little, we see Dangote Refinery, FCCPC, defer as NNPCL insists on fuel imports. Refinery exports jet fuel to Saudi Aramco. And we just come down, all the way down here, it says Tinubu demands school safety as fire kills 17 in Zamfara Islamic School. Very unfortunate incident. Edo Tribunal, INEC lists 5 witnesses over governorship poll. And then Nollywood filmmaker jailed 5 years for drug trafficking. And then Ogun assault. Falana receives elderly victim, plans charges against remanded monarch. And the front page story on Punch today says experts divided over raise. Federal government adds 4.5 trillion naira agri infrastructure funds. President submits reviewed budget, MTF to NAS, FG votes more funds for BOI orders. So it's a lot on the Punch today. You'd agree, Mohammed. And of course, the front page is what the lips of everybody right now. The 5 trillion naira added to the budget, which has been approved. Now, this is a really big issue right now, and a lot of debates around it. If you see here, we see experts are even divided over the raise. Many think that this could exacerbate inflation, and then while some others think that this could help economic growth. What are you thinking here?
Thank you very much. Because I think doing the top news story headline with Norma here, we had a little bit of a chit chat over that. I mentioned it is not shocking but unexpected because maybe
actually my first question was are you even surprised?
So I'm surprised actually. I'm surprised because this is like the first we are seeing this. Rather, in cases like that, when you have additional injections into the budget that are coming from a supplementary budget, rather than the one that is yet to be passed the budget that just went through scrutinization. As of 2 weeks ago, that was what they're still doing before the Senate and the House of Reps resume plenary back on Tuesday to just deliberate and be looking towards passing the 49.7 trillion naira budget, and then so that I can be able to go then for the presidential assent. But what did the president say about this? So after the Executive Council, the Federal Executive Council meeting on Monday, which was like a marathon sort of, that was where the feelers started coming out, about some extra revenue were generated from some sources.
Yes.
Federal Inland Revenue Service, Nigeria Customs Service, and there's some other government parastatals generated revenues to the tune of about 4.5 trillion naira. And that, serves as an impetus to the president to see how the budget can actually be raised even further from the current level that it is. And then when the letter was read at the floor of the Senate yesterday, it tends to be able to lay credence to that rumor that has been flying around as at Monday about the tendency of that to happen. And probably when I heard it on Monday after the Federal Executive Council meeting, I was thinking, fine, we expect supplementary budget to always be able to come. After you pass the substantive budget itself, if there are additional revenue coming from somewhere, we tend to have that. But of course, we need to be able to look at the content of that. And it's just 3 things, and I was just able to hope I could also have the time to just analyze them on those 3 headings. The first is just the money itself. They've been able to explain the source of it to us. 1.8 trillion from taxes. Additional taxes were raised because they were generated revenue from last year, and just like you said, that gave impetus to them. Then about 1.4 trillion from custom services.
Yes.
So 1.4 trillion additional revenue from there. I'm sure manufacturers have been kicking, over additional taxes, additional burdens. The custom is placing on goods that are imported into the country, about some sized food containers that they are paying additional money on.
Yeah.
But the question would be, what are the expenditure, what are the cost items, what are the line items where this money will be expended, this 4.5 trillion? Because remember, the 4.5 trillion was as a result of the revenue generated. How will they be expended? Senator Gojusa Pabio, I unfortunately, okay, maybe I didn't listen to the House of Reps, because I heard the letter was also read at the floor of the House of Reps yesterday, but I heard that of the Senate, and then we just be able to mention how much is the budget to be, we call it padded, because we are saying it's a padded budget, maybe in any case, but how much we added to the budget, we've seen. Where are all this money to be expended on? That's the question.
What are we prioritizing?
Prioritizing to spend those 4.5 trillion on, that's it. And I'm sure, so that's the question.
That's the question.
The letter didn't be able to expose that to us. Maybe when it went to the committee level, the Committee on Finance and Appropriation, maybe we'll be able to see that, properly laid out and say, okay, this 4.5 trillion, where are we spending it on? Where are what we call like line items, the cost items, where they be expended? Two, the second question would be, will this be inflationary inducing?
Yes.
Remember, that's the worry. And I'm sure some of our analysts, I think I saw one from Oluwole Crowder and Tokwe did a little bit of analysis on, can it be inflationary? Because do you remember the basic inflation, the basic definition of inflation we've been familiar with right from our school days, is that inflation is just too much money chasing few available goods. So when we have a budget of 49 trillion and there is about a 9% increase to 54.2 trillion, there is that fear, the fear that would it be inflationary? Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, they have come out doing the economic outlook in January to say that the 49.7 may not be inflationary if we are not funding the budget by printing more money from the central bank, as used to be the case during ex-president Buhari's regime, where ways and means, monies have been printed. We've seen billions and trillions of naira printed to be able to fund the budget. So I think analysts and experts have actually been worried about that. That he alleged that fear that the money here, the money from the budget, the money to be able to prosecute or fund the additional part of the budget to be raised, to be generated from productive ventures. I think that is
so. Okay. I don't want to read out what the president detailed from the extra revenue. He said solid minerals will get 1 trillion naira.
1 trillion.
Bank of Agriculture recapitalization gets 1.5 trillion naira.
Okay.
Bank of Industry recapitalization gets 500 billion naira. Critical infrastructure 1.5. Military barracks accommodation for 250 billion. Military aviation for 120 billion. So this is what has been outlined as the priorities, right? Including irrigation and some other transportation infrastructure.
Where the 4.5 trillion
yes, exactly. Where it's going to.
I've actually been trying to be able to get that. So solid minerals you mentioned, military barracks, critical infrastructure. Maybe critical infrastructure might be ambiguous. What about critical infrastructure? Is it the rail, road, air transport? Things like that are really, really needed. But just like I said, so the third thing I will actually be concerned about is, will this be pro-growth? People are saying in an attempt to be able to achieve our $1 trillion economic status, could a 54 trillion or a 50 plus trillion naira economy allow us to be able to achieve, that economic trajectory of $1 trillion? That has been the ambitious target and ambitious goal of this administration. Maybe that would be anyway, because you've seen economists who believe that enough has not been done in the area of infrastructure, enough has not been done in the critical drivers, the critical signals that will allow the economy to be able to achieve that. Yeah, this is really there. But I think investing in solid minerals, that diversification, that is super, because I think that's my target, to ensure that, we lessen the burden, we lessen the pressure on oil, has been the major, because if you still look at the 49.7 trillion, oil still accounts for about 80% of the major source of the revenue from there, apart from independent revenues, taxes, we still need to be able to do more in that regard to ensure we can ramp that up to generate more money. To be able to bring in more revenue from the revenue angle. But maybe we can't be able to give kudos to the president in that direction, to say if this money are expended in these sectors, solid minerals, infrastructure, critical infrastructure, military barracks, and Bank of Industry and Agriculture
capitalization, yes.
Because food is still very priority. And a lot have actually been allocated already from the 49.7. But maybe in the mind of the president and in his focal view, these will enable the administration to see how they can drive food availability. Remember last year, food insecurity and food inflation have been the twin challenge that we've been battled with. The security issues, as a result of farmers not being able to go to farm, and then even those that are available, the prices eventually be able to go over the roof for us not to be able to afford them. But the idea there, and that's why I felt like it's surprising, the Senate committee have to be able to go back and how they'll be able to expedite this process. Because by now we're already in February. The budget of last year, don't forget, Bethel, has gone out already. Because when you do budget like that, the way that thing works, the way the budget works is nations of the world, investors, look at your budget around December when you pass them. And from there, they'll be able to make most of their investment decisions.
True.
So,
against the new year.
Before against the new year. So most of those things would have gone out already. That's exactly what I'm looking at it from. So with this one coming in now, it's more or less like be able to change. Will they be able to have new expectations? I'm talking about investors now, who also be able to look at that to see, okay, where am I going to be able to put my capital into this year? Where am I going to be able to do that? And then on the part of the scrutinizers themselves, the people that are going to be able to scrutinize the budget, how will they be able to expedite it? Yeah, the Senate President said maybe by the end of this month. Initially, the original one could have been passed by the end of January 31st. That was what they mentioned. That by January 27, 28, sorry about that, January 27, 28, the committee report will be in, and by 31st of January or the first week of February, we would have actually been able to get the passage done at the level of the National Assembly, so that it can be transmitted to the presidency, so that the president can give his assent. That becomes a budget. Yeah, of course, the argument, the jury out there is that the 24-24 budget has been extended to June of this year, so it's still running. So it's not like there's a vacuum in place to say, oh, what is going to be happening? Just like the usual government shutdown that we're in America, where the revenue has been projected out to a particular point. But this is fine. It's both ways. When I said that it has the pros and cons of having this kind of budget, but my worry again, and that's the last concern, Bethel.
Wait, before you come to the worries, we'll come to it. I'm seeing it on the Vanguard page. Right. So now, just looking at the Vanguard page, right? The top story is here: Lagos Assembly Owando set to distribute 1.28 billion naira additional shares to shareholders. Lagos Assembly crisis: Miranda survives as Tinubu fails to meet GA sitting. Some estranged ECOWAS members may opt to return. Presidency, referring to the Mali, the juntas and other. Electoral fraud, courts sentences Varsity Don, Professor Udok to 3 years in jail. Coming down on page 5, we can see that the headline says how government officials paid for one hospital project 5 times. That's according to the ICPC chairman, which is very interesting. Petrol ex-depot price drops by 2.7% to 895 naira per litre. And then PDP crisis, again, the Board of Trustees orders NWC to swear in Ude Okoye as National Secretary. And then, on sports, the FIFA World Cup 2026, Super Eagles receive Okoye boost ahead, Rwanda, Zimbabwe ties. And then on the front page, staying on what we've been discussing so far, experts warn of dangers as Tinubu jacks up 2025 budget to 54.2 trillion naira. And then we can see some of the concerns here. We say as NAS promises to pass budget before end of February, as you've said. Now, they say that it is in conflict with CBN policy. It will increase size of deficits. This is some of the experts giving opinions. Why 2025 budget was increased?
Size of deficit? Okay.
All right. So, and now, coming back to you now, your turn. Tell us about your worries.
My worry.
Do you resonate with what these people think?
Okay. So, of course, I do. I think I should be able to mention that. I resonated with them. And I think, like I said, my worries are both pro and anti this new provision that we see. And one of the ways I was trying to be able to mention then is like, the end of February they are talking about. The worry is this the end of the padding? The National Assembly will likely be able to say hard their own to this. So we might not even be able to wait at 54.2 trillion. Padding, addition to the budget, injecting into the budget is part of the oversight and constitutional responsibility of the National Assembly. They are allowed to do that, to be able to, put their insertions. So that's exactly my worry. So means that even the 54.2 trillion may not even be, in terms of those actually be able to be worried about the inflationary tendencies that this can likely be able to fuel. But at the same time, because the CBN policy they're talking about is the inflationary tendency, as the CBN is trying to be able to stabilize, mop up money in circulation. We just read this morning in our top news about $25,000 restrictions, for example, in terms of exchange stability, to ensure stability in the exchange rate market, which will also be a feedstock that will be able to feed in into stabilizing inflation, the price movement. So maybe that's why some experts are feeling like these will be in conflict, will be in contradiction to CBN's target and CBN's effort to try to tame and moderate inflation. Because by actually being able to be on this spending spree, you'll definitely be able to fuel and give inflation more leg to be able to grow. But the Minister of Budget, I think you mentioned that, part of the riders, Atiku Bagudu, was trying to give the reasons, which is I think what you mentioned about the infrastructure spending, solid minerals, that they felt would be the targeted sectors, the growth drivers. The signals we are getting from there are, of course, just the third quarter growth, the Q3 growth that we've seen so far, puts some signals in those segments, as the key drivers of the economy, the key drivers and the growth drivers that the government needs to look at. And if you look at them, there are those that will be able to support the growth that we required. Maybe that could be, I'm just saying, which according to the Atiku Bagudu, the Minister of the Budget, that if they can target those sectors, if there are more funding towards those sectors, they can directly be able to support the level of required growth that we wanted to be able to achieve. But the kind of growth that will be inclusive, I think should be the target anyway. Inclusive, and I say inclusive is, so if you look at the good sectors in Q3, for example, you see that finance and banking and insurance, ICT, for example. Then we look at some critical sectors like transportation. We look at areas like some basic underground economy that they are trying to be able to factor in now, that they see a lot of things going on there.
In the services sector.
The service sectors, exactly, that tend to be able to be the boost. But the concern actually be, how will these be able to trickle down? Remember, trickling down to the last mile, the bottom of the pyramid. I think it's very, very important that we look at that. But at the same time, the deficit here, because it's too bad of expenditure, don't forget, the deficit will widen the more better. Because we're adding more to the expenditure. What is really going to happen to the revenue? Because these are just the revenues that they generated last year that gave the impetus to want to do that. So we are expanding the expenditure. We are expanding the expenditure pattern, leaving the revenue the way it is. So the implication is that deficit will widen the more. And widening deficit the more means that more borrowings, or maybe more taxes from other sources that the government will have to be able to start looking for as well. So, and that's the question is, why can't you just be able to use this additional revenue to fund the existing deficit? The 16 trillion deficit that we have on it already. Instead of, that's actually my own worry. I was just thinking, instead of, why can't you fund the existing deficit rather than, widening it the more? Because now we'll be talking about a deficit that will be running to about 20 trillion now from 16 trillion that we're talking about. So, more is done in that revenue. But the argument of the government, and just like we know, the argument of the government will be, we need to spend more money to be able to get more. Spend more money so that they can be able to get. And that is exactly the attitude here. The monetary target here is, let's spend this money, let's invest into it, and by the time we do this investment into these critical sectors, we will be able to get the money in return.
But 49 trillion is already a lot of money, right?
So we are going to 54 trillion now. And remember, as I said, it might not likely end here. By the time it goes through the scrutiny of the National Assembly, there will be their own injections. So by the time the budget, the end of February, I'm sure we're going to see that this will definitely not be the end of it. The National Assembly will do their own injections because, of course, it's constitutionally provided. We call it padding. So it's the padded budget there is wants their oversight function and gives them certain powers as well to be able to make certain injections into the budget that is sent to them. The appropriation bill, because the appropriation bill sent by the National Assembly, sent by the executive arm of government to them before it eventually becomes the Appropriation Act. So they actually allowed, there is actually a provisional provision for them to be able to do that in terms of their own functions. But maybe at the end of the day, my crystal ball here, I may not be good at predictions. We might likely be able to see this budget going to close to about 58 trillion that may be passed eventually before it's then sent to the president for his final assent. I think maybe it's there. In days ahead, it's just, I will just be able to appeal as well to the National Assembly to ensure they can expedite the process and ensure it is passed, just like what the Senate President, because wasn't I mentioned that yesterday. And you know, they still have 2 or 3 weeks more in this month, right?
Yes.
That is quite ample time enough. If they can be able to do the 49.7 trillion in 2-3 weeks, I think this should be enough time for them to be able to do that. But I don't know if I can be able to talk about the other stories that you mentioned there. The PDP crisis.
Oh, you want to talk about that? You have it on the business day. I don't know how much time we have.
We have, okay. Because I think just be able to mention that we consider the case of electoral fraud as well. I think I would like to mention one of the Adihu. We heard about the Adamawa case now. Yes. The resident electoral commissioner out there, Mr. Hadi, what's his name again? Who brought a paper into the room and then announced Aisha Binani as the governor. You know, was quite shameful enough.
It created a
lot of issues around that time. Controversy in 2023 election. I think is part of one of those, and Professor Uduk as well, that were eventually removed by the president. So the president sent a list of 3 new REC members to the National Assembly, in addition to the letter that before. I think there was just like several letters that they read on the floors yesterday. So one of them was about the reappointment of new resident electoral commissioners, and then why those ones that have been found wanting and have actually been found to engage in misconduct have actually been being handed over to the police, and they'll be able to have their days in court. So I think there are a lot of other issues there. The PDP crisis as well. Eventually, Udi Okoye was eventually, I think you mentioned that as well. Udi Okoye was to be sworn in, even though Wike is still very much hand in glove. He's not going to be able to back down. He has mentioned that, I think you read that, the BOT, because in fact they were saying the meeting was illegal, because the BOT member, the Board of Trustees meeting is supposed to hold at the PDP Secretariat in Abuja, Wadata Plaza. But because of the lingering crisis, I think they have to have it somewhere in Abuja. That is about Transcorp Hilton. That's where they had the meeting. So in fact, the camp was actually kicking that is, the meeting itself is an illegality in the first place. Because the BOT cannot just be able to organize meeting anywhere and then reach a consensus. So the BOT set up a committee led by the former Minister of Special Duties, Taminu Toraki, to study the court injunction. There was a court injunction. So two members, the two people are laying claims to the position of the National Secretary of the party, Mr. Samuel Nwayao and Sunday Okoye. The 2 of them are laying, and they went to court. So the court gave them favorable judgment, of course, each of them, There was an injunction from the court. So one went to Abia State Court of Appeal, and one to Abuja. The Mr. Sunday Okoye got the judgment in his favor. Mr. Samuel also got the judgment in his favor. And then the eventual thing was actually to be sent to the Board of Trustees, who set up a committee led by Taminu Toraki to look into the 2 judgments, and they came up with their recommendations. So their recommendation was that Udi Okoye should be considered, should be sworn in, even though the National Executive Council meeting is holding next month, and then we have National Working Committee members that are to be, new set of members that are to be elected on the behalf of the party. But the question better is that if all these parties started going on with this in 2027, the parties, virtually all the parties, do you think, maybe I'm not, what do you think will be able to happen? Maybe this will just be able to be an easy cost for APC, because APC is PDP is battling with theirs, LP
has their own issue. So
NMPP,
yes, I agree. I agree. There's a lot of internal crisis that
really lingering,
the ruling party could really leverage on. You know, these are things that need to be resolved before that time comes up.
I'm sure at 2026 now, politicking will begin. By 2027 February next year, INEC will likely announce the date for presidential election.
That's true. Remember? And many people are already advising a coalition. So if there's this
like all these internal crises, right? I don't know what's good, and we're in 2025 already. Okay, maybe they can get this sorted out. But the problem has been lingering since 2023.
That's true.
We hold on 2024. Remember, we were there. The back and forth, we're almost there. Now 2025, it never appears unending. Never appears as if there are solutions. There are, and maybe some people would believe that it's part of the political sagacity of the president himself, who maybe planted some of these moles in those parties, perhaps to create those disintegrations and ensure that they never have their houses in order going into 2027.
Very interesting theory. Well,
theory, but of course, remember, sorry about that. Policy is a game of number, Bethel. And so you want to ensure you have more numbers. So the more you can disintegrate the numbers in your opposition, the better it is for you.
Divide them.
Is that not divide and rule? Thank you very much. Just divide them. And then they will never be able to have their house in order. And they will be able to go to elections in that state. The coast is almost clear.
Interesting. Very interesting. Perhaps. Now coming to the Business Day paper. Today we have today's Thursday, 8th February, we have on the front page, it says what Tinubu's 54.6 trillion naira budget means for economy. And we've really had an extensive, lengthy discussion about that. And then the story here says gas shortage looms on Nigeria's longest pipeline repairs. Ghana, Togo, Benin affected, right? And before we'll come to that shortly, we just want to look at Nigeria's ginger exports down 74% on low output. Explain what to know about Nigeria's near air crashes, right? And now the story about the gas shortage here is I'll call it a delicate one, right? Because now one of Nigeria's largest gas suppliers is shutting down. At a time where Nigeria is struggling to regain its authority, in that industry, right? Considering being one of the largest
gas producers.
And
then that gas.
What are the implications of this? Because the story itself says that aside Nigeria, some other nations are affected.
Of course, Togo, Benin Republic, I think you mentioned that. So the repair started last year. Of course, vandalism here and there. And I'm sure Dipo and Abubakar did a very, very interesting discussion and a write-up on this particular piece. So maybe I think I want to be able to look at it from two angles, and that's what I'm trying to be able to process. First is gas is believed to be one of the cleanest fuel. Globally, there is that drive, moving away from fossil fuel, petrol, that people have actually been able to mention that it's a dirty fuel. So, and then see the kind of gas deposits that we have, the amount of metric tons, the cubic feet of gas that we have deposited here, and how we've not been able to harness it enough, has been a challenge. In fact, as much as the government at every point in time I've mentioned, try to be able to look at, see how this gas can actually be harnessed. We have had about a case of CNG. On Monday, just this Monday, NLNG even came to our office here to come and tell us about, how the investment in gas and what they have done. And I'm sure you're very much there and you heard them. And about what they're also doing in the area of CNG and what Nigeria still needed to be able to do in terms of their contribution to the economic pulse of the nation. But some of the gas repairs, has actually been the undoing, has been the challenge that we've been having to be able to harness the massive gain that we're supposed to be able to get from these gas deposits that we have. the repair, I think the pipelines that started all the way from Ifo here around Ogun State down to Togo and Lomé, some of our gas pipelines that extended there, we've seen a lot of damages that have been done to them, vandalisms. Some of them actually become so old. Some of them have actually been on since, in fact, during the colonial era, that they've actually been able to put some of those things there, and they've not been able to go through that substantive repair that's actually needed. But the longer this repair takes, the graver it is going to become on us harnessing those gains that we're supposed to be able to feel from gas. And I think that's what our energy reporters were able to be able to
so
push
it says
out.
that the maintenance is expected to from February 5th to March, right?
This
March
year now, okay.
of this year, which will halt, of course, the supplies to neighboring
African countries that we're supposed to be able to get to. So because by the time they be able to do that, there's likely going to be able to bring that West African axis, but at least they still be able to depend on us.
Yes.
So Ghana, Benin, Togo, will still be, because the pipelines get to those places,
Yes,
and the repairs will definitely be able to extend along those corridors. So that's actually the worry, the concern of experts, industry watchers, about what these might likely be able to portend for the revenue sources, the revenue line items that we're expected to get from that direction, and more still needed maybe to be done. I'm sure the analysis was
I've not looked at the story, but how much are we looking at here? How much are we looking at in terms of?
Okay, maybe I'm sure.
Let's cut our losses.
In terms of the losses, exactly.
Yes.
These might actually be able to push
the
out to
potential.
us there. 30, I think it's not 31. Okay. The economic impact itself,
Yes.
right? And I'm sure you can also see what they give us. So the economic impact if it's be able to see the halt in production there will likely be able to have significant economic repercussions, and not only us as well.
Definitely not.
Maybe if we want to look at the amount we'll be able to generate from gas supplies to Ghana, Togo, and Benin Republic on an annual basis, that will definitely be able to tell us how these, the impact these will likely be able to have on us as a whole. So I think it's something we needed to be able to check at. We needed to look at, and I think that's other thing you mentioned about near here crashes. I think there was one that's supposed to be, luckily there was escape by the whiskers. Two of them, one in Abuja, one even here in Lagos. And the case of US, we taught us a lesson. Remember the Washington scandal that happened over last weekend.
Yes.
The passenger plane and the military Black Hawk, the military helicopters that crashed in mid-air. So maybe it should be a very big lesson for us to be able to get from there. I'm sure the explainer was done by our aviation people who mentioned that to us, how that can actually be averted and what needed to be done. I'm sure the readers will be able to find, interesting reads.
Some very insightful
explainers in that sense.
Indeed. Because of the time we have, I would look at the cartoon of the day. Which it says.
Okay, what's in it here?
All right. So it says FEC members, Federal Executive Council members, approved 4.8 billion for HIV treatment.
Okay.
Wow. And obviously from the cartoon we see in front leading the pack is the Honorable President
himself
of the
and the FEC members,
who's dedicating the
a ribbon cutting. Is that like
it's dedicating the bag, the money to them, and in their minds it's illustrated that in their minds they are not looking at the
people that are able to benefit.
Exactly, more like the money, right? And it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in because exactly, because we look at some of the. We look at the recent Trump's recent moves to cut US aid to certain countries, and some of these things we're talking about, the HIV aid treatment, sponsoring, funding most of this HIV treatment to many communities, and now we say Nigeria or Africa should take it upon themselves, and this is what they are doing now. So, but it's interesting because we can only hope that this money goes to who it's supposed to go to.
Maybe,
what do you think?
I think so. I think that's exactly my worry.
Do you agree?
But at this point in time, we've seen that PEPFAR, I think we spoke about PEPFAR is that presidential, there is this presidential aid right from the time of Ronald Reagan to give aid to developing and emerging economies, and one of which will be able to go to AIDS. Since his announcement about their withdrawal from WHO,
yes,
where most of the money from AIDS is actually channeled, it's channeled through, countries have actually tried to be able to look inward to see how they can be able to finance their HIV/AIDS program, and that's what informed FEC, to announce a 4.8 billion to ensure that maybe we have enough ourselves. I think it's two-pronged. One is to show that it is said that the funding for AIDS in Nigeria, the funding that we get for AIDS, is just less than 20% from US or from WHO. So meaning that close to about 83% of those are still being funded locally.
Internally, yes.
Yes, internally. So maybe we may not have been heavily impacted as countries like Uganda, Somalia, South Africa itself. In fact, I had South Africa spend more, exactly, percentage, receive more in donation for their HIV/AIDS treatments than us. But just like you said, the concern should be just the people, the supporters that we are seeing with the president, the executive council members, hope they will not be, because you can see the way they are laughing. And they are laughing, they are giggling there is suspicious. That, whoa, this is opportunity, this is money. Could this be money for the boys? This 4.8 billion. You can see the way they are laughing and say that, oh, this is another opportunity that they can be able to latch on into. So I think most needed to be done, just like one of these popular think tanks we used to say, we need to follow the money. Follow the money, look through it very, very well, and ensure that, just like you said, it is channeled and it is used for the purpose for which it is earmarked.
So this money is supposed to go to public health facilities.
Public health facilities, HIV treatment, majorly devoted to. We have the Ministry of Health as their own budget, but this is targeted towards HIV treatment, HIV preventions, getting some of those basic things that surround HIV and AIDS treatment, preventions, campaign, advocacy. I think that's actually what the money used to come from WHO, from US, to African countries used to be. But maybe it's just like, as I said, it's a message also to US that we're more than capable. But just like, I think I should be able to chip in that Argentina to announce that they're going to withdraw by April from WHO. Javier Milei is another puppet of Donald Trump. So Donald Trump doing those, they to announce yesterday that they're also going to be able to exit from WHO. Maybe they feel like they're contributing more than they receive. I don't know why Argentina will be able to feel this. At least America can say that. What will be the case of Argentina? And I was trying to be able to see the level of HIV/AIDS, the prevalence. It's quite very high as well there anyway in Argentina, even though the report was like it's actually going down. But why they wanted to be able to leave is still what befuddled me. I'm still being confused why they wanted to be able to exit. Is it just like following through what US is doing? But this is a good move on the part of the president, as you said, to allocate this amount of money towards the treatment.
It's a good initiative.
Of course.
Nigeria has one of the highest cases of AIDS.
The people behind them, the people behind him, they should not be able to be licking their fingers and licking their tongues. That this could be another money that will be able to come into the pocket of the boys. I trust so much in the minister anyway.
The results will tell the truth.
At the end of the day. That's what I'm talking about. We follow the money. But I trust the minister. He's actually one person I know, the Minister of Health.
Yes.
Is one person that is actually very, very upright. And then, in fact, one of the announcements he made that was shocking, and I confirmed it myself, was that people now that we can check, and he said, please, fact check me. People are coming from US and UK to receive treatment here. And I never believed it until I did some confirmation. I checked that myself.
Yeah, I also noticed that. Well, it's been wonderful to have you discuss some of the stories on our dailies today, Mohammed.
It's really my pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. We hope to do this another time.
It's my pleasure to
Right. Well, thank you. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have today, but thank you for joining us on the paper review segment. Do stay tuned to Business Day TV.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Remy Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grew up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloth in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finished, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for Adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some Adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business, in Nigeria. Start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Our deep dive in today's episode is in the UK as the Apex Bank Monetary Policy Committee decides on parameters. The Bank of England is expected to cut interest rates later today by 25 basis points from 4.75% to 4.5%. Hello, this is Bode or Shosami on Global Business Insight, where we bring ideas and discussions on the main business headlines. But first, to some of the business stories today. European markets traded higher yesterday as earnings beats drove stock gains. In the US, as investors look beyond trade war threats, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was up 300 points, helped by improved sentiment following better than expected private sector jobs data. Indeed, the ADP, that's the National Employment Report for the private sector, yesterday showed U.S. January payrolls grew by 183,000 jobs. That was last month, after an upwardly revised 176,000 rise in December, also more than expected. The more closely watched non-farm payrolls, that's the public sector data, is out tomorrow. Still in the US, the economic activity in the US services sector continued to expand in January, but at a softer pace than in December. We saw the ISM services PMI down to 52.8 from 54. Meanwhile, China has launched a formal dispute at the World Trade Organization over tariffs imposed by the US President Donald Trump on Chinese goods. This came after China announced their own retaliatory tariffs and countermeasures against US brands. Google yesterday released to everyone Gemini 2.0, said to be its most capable artificial intelligence model suite yet. Last December, access to Gemini 2.0 was given to developers and trusted testers, as well as wrapping some of its features into Google products. Google also said it is reviewing some of its diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, joining US businesses scaling back on diversity initiatives. Apple stock fell after a report said that China is looking into probing the iPhone maker's Apple Store fees and practices. Apple shares closed down 0.14% at market close. Investors are not buying the magic as Walt Disney shares closed down 2.44% despite reporting in the December quarter net income of $2.55 billion or $1.4 per share on revenue of $24.69 billion, topping expectations on both top and bottom line. Markets are focusing on expected drop in Disney Plus subscribers after a price hike and lower domestic theme park profits due to hurricane disruptions and high cost of launching its latest cruise ship. Ride-hailing giant Uber shares sank 7.5% at close yesterday as it reported less than expected fourth quarter earnings and operating income, citing legal and regulatory expenses. A strong dollar is also hurting bookings in the current quarter. And in Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu has increased the proposed budget size for 2025 presented to the joint session of the National Assembly in December from 49.7 trillion naira to 54.2 trillion naira. The increase came from 1.4 trillion naira additional revenues made by the Federal Inland Revenue Service, 1.2 trillion naira made by the Nigerian Customs Service, and the 1.8 trillion naira generated by other government-owned agencies. The President of the Senate consequently directed the request to the Senate Committee on Appropriations for urgent consideration. The main challenges with Nigerian budget include unaffordable high-debt service requiring rethinking on how government finances its agenda. In addition, on a per capita basis, core government roles like, say, law enforcement, police, courts remain underfunded. Overreliance on public sector funding from debt to finance the government is an issue. There's a lot of inefficiency, less productive, and in some cases, bloated regulatory agencies, and corruption remains still an issue in many of these agencies. The high government debt also crowds out access to urgently needed financing for the private sector. Tuesday in the UK, the Office for Budget Responsibility, OBR, presented the Chancellor with its first assessment of the economy ahead of the spring statement. That's on March 26th. Critics say Ms. Reeves will need emergency measures to balance the books. The OBR growth forecast is also expected to have been cut, and fiscal room is now much tighter. On today's BOE, that's Bank of England rate decision, what are the issues? Looking at the latest UK inflation data in December, we got an unexpected drop by 2.5% in the year to December, down from 2.6% the month before. That was after 2 months of rises as hotel prices and tobacco costs eased. Services inflation, closely watched by the BOE as a gauge of underlying price pressures, has also slowed to 4.4% in December from 5% previously, though still rather high. The last autumn budget statement, which saw higher employer national insurance contributions plus increase in the national minimum wage, may have led to wage pressures and further depressed business confidence, also giving the Bank of England concerns that high costs will be passed on to consumers, which will weigh on the economy. The UK economy barely grew by 0.1% month-on-month in November 2024, following a 0.1% contraction in both October and September. Looking at 3 months to November, the GDP showed no growth compared to the previous period. Also, on the UK economy, the final January UK PMI data were revised lower, though both services and composite activity still in tepid expansion. A weak retail sales data print also added to the latest in a run of data pushing the case for a rate cut. Sales volumes fell 0.3% month-on-month in December versus the 0.4% increase forecasted. The stage seems to be set to get a rate cut, which will be the third reduction in borrowing costs since the peak of 5.25% in August 2023. Also to be watched today will be the vote split among the 9 members of the Monetary Policy Committee. A near unanimous decision implies a bias towards easing. Updates on growth and inflation projections will also be very instructive to tell us more about what the next steps will likely be. The Apex Bank will, of course, also note that UK borrowing costs spiked up in January amid a global bond market sell-off, and that will stoke more concerns, even as the deficit and weak growth forecasts are already issues. This already would have, again, a tightening effect. However, UK government debt yields fell by about 10 basis points ahead of the Bank of England's interest rate decision. But there are 2 other main issues that are of interest. First is the BOE assessment of any potential inflationary impact from the fiscal reforms announced by the government in October. A recent survey suggests that firms are planning price increases as a result of these higher costs. The second question is on Trump's volatile trade policy and what that could mean. Analysts do not see these issues as enough to derail a rate cut, but it could lead to hawkish signals from the MPC looking forward. A rate cut today is good news for the approximately 600,000 homeowners who have mortgages that track the bank's base rate. It, however, also results in lower returns on savings accounts. The US Postal Service said yesterday that it would accept parcels from China and Hong Kong again after a temporary suspension following President Donald Trump scrapping a trade provision used by retailers to ship low-value packages duty-free to the United States. Though UPS did not explain the reason for this, analysts see the tension ratcheting up ahead of negotiations between Trump and Xi Jinping after tariffs and countermeasures were fired in a trade war between the 2 largest global economies. FedEx also said it had suspended its money-back guarantee for U.S. inbound shipments effective January 29, citing recent regulatory changes, more trade barriers mounting. New tariffs ended duty-free shipments of goods under $800 from China to the US. The so-called de minimis provision was initially designed to streamline trade. Its use has surged with the increase in online shopping, resulting in 1.36 billion shipments entering the US in 2024, up 36% from 2023. The Customs and Border Protection are working with the shipping companies and the courier companies on an efficient collection mechanism for the new China tariffs to ensure minimal disruptions. In South Africa, banks defended their lending practices against allegations of limiting access to credit for Black South Africans and race-biased account closures. At the launch of the Banking Association South Africa's Transformation Report for 2024 yesterday, MD Bongiwe Kunene presented more details on compliance with legal standards regarding account closures. South Africa MPs, however, argued that the transformation figures presented by Kunene did not exactly match the experience of black banking clients facing discrimination, differential interest rates based on race in a sector still dominated by white executives. How do you eliminate bias in a multi-race, multi-ethnic society without reducing risk standards? Should risk committees, for example, review their standards or find ways to reflect the societal or ethnic and religious mix in their committees to avoid bias? My short take is that attempting to force patterns through quotas and introduce special provisions to cater for race will ultimately dilute standards. However, recruiting and executive selection should definitely widen the net in their search for qualified candidates who must always meet the high minimum standards that is required. Additional post-transaction reviews and in-house audits should also be rigorous to spot and correct biases where they seem to have occurred in contravention of bank ethical policies of zero tolerance for bias in credit management and indeed all service delivery practices. Still in South Africa, the office of President Cyril Ramaphosa has clarified that there was a call between the president and Elon Musk, who was said to have accused the nation of anti-white racism. The call sought to clarify any misinformation and misunderstanding, and Ramaphosa has been explaining that the controversial Land Expropriation Act was subject to a long process with the expectation of compensations that will be awarded subject to adjudication by the courts. All this still ongoing. Trump earlier announced suspension of more than $400 million in aid funding to the country. Also, in South Africa, the private sector started 2025 on a weak footing as business conditions deteriorated sharply in January. The S&P Global Purchasing Managers Index fell to 47.4, down from 49.9 in December, also its lowest level since July 2021. Asia Pacific markets traded mostly higher, apparently shrugging off what was a week of trade turmoil and mixed U.S. technology sector earnings. Also in India, the central bank is expected to cut benchmark interest rates in its ongoing policy meeting, which will be concluded tomorrow. Foreign investors in January appear to be exiting Asian stocks as they reposition their portfolio, concerned that regional exports could suffer under new Trump tariffs. Well, that's it on this episode of Global Business Insight. You can watch us on BusinessDay TV YouTube channel Monday to Friday at 11 a.m. West Africa time. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Shosami. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too. I walked into the doctor's office and there were 2 doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down. I said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome to the Real Talk with Pam podcast, where authenticity meets conversations, where we turn women's lived experiences into shared and learning experiences. I'm your host, Pamela Igbo, and on this episode of Real Talk with Pam, I'll be joined by Funke Karim to talk through the fascinating life she's had and talk about her faith, family, and career. She's an entrepreneur and a philanthropist. She has a degree in banking and finance from Cardiff University. She's also a committed Christian. She is the founding partner for Project Halo, founded in 2016, and her foundation is soon launching an initiative to support Nigerian teachers. She's been married for 27 years to her husband, Kola, and they share 3 wonderful children. Hi, Funke. Welcome to Real Talk with Pam.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
So, first thing is, I think you've had a very blessed life. An amazingly blessed life. But the thing I admire about you most is you're actually really down to earth.
Oh, wow.
And so when you reminisce about your life, what are the values that have shaped you? Because a lot of people in your position would maybe be different, but I find you really down to earth. So what are those values that have shaped you, given that the life you have now?
Thank you. That's indeed high praise. For me, growing up with my background and my parents, always that thing of fear God, and it just encapsulates everything. So we're talking about how you behave, how you treat people, the values that you hold. What is dear to you is not about the materialistic things, the substance, integrity. You know, we grew up in my home and it was, you got into trouble not because of when you did something wrong, but when you lied about it.
Right.
So those kind of things. And me generally, the other thing is mind your business. If your name is not involved, you don't get involved.
Right.
Just keep it pushing.
Yes.
So yes, I think for me, those are those things. God at the heart of everything. Every time we have a conversation, my son will say, okay, just wait. Mommy's going to bring Jesus into it. And I say yes, because everything that concerns this life, God is involved.
Absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. So one of the things that I found out a few years back that you shared with me was your journey of healing. You had cancer. And I'd love for you to please share that with us right now, because I think it will help a lot of women. Can you just tell us share that story? It's a very powerful, moving testimony of your time having cancer and how God healed you from that. If you wouldn't mind sharing that with us.
Yes, I would. Thank you. So turned 40 and found a lump in my left breast. Thought, normal. I've had cysts in my breast before. It's no problem. Everything will be fine. But decided to go and get it checked out. The doctor went through my history, family. Oh, no, I'm sure it's nothing, but let's send you to go and do further tests. So this is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results,
right,
you walk into the doctor's office and there's more than one doctor. Know that there's fire on the mountain. So I walked into the doctor's office and there were 2 doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down, and then after butchering my name, because obviously it was in England, I said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry and I stood up in the room pacing. And then I had what I call the prodigal son moment. I was like, do I not know who I am? And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And right there in that room, I heard God say, this sickness is not unto death.
Amen.
And the number of years you have in front of you are way more than you have behind you. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. So that was it. And then before I knew it, I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory. We're now, 2014. So I've been all clear for 13 years. I have a mammogram every year. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. But just to pick one very significant part of my healing was when I was going through chemotherapy, and I went to the hospital, and you do a blood test and they check you to see if your immune system is strong enough to do the treatment. And they came back and they said no, that my levels had fallen from like 22 to 10, and 10 was the absolute lowest that they would accept to do chemotherapy. Now, what was interesting was that my pastor of blessed memory, Pastor Taiwo Dukoya, this was a Friday, he had called me on the Wednesday, and he said to me, he just wanted to see how I was doing, and just to remind me, I can take communion on my own. So I was like, yes, I will start taking communion. So I'd taken communion Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. He dropped the phone, and then he called me right back. And he said, also, I want to remind you, remember, the life of the flesh is in the blood. I was like, okay, thank you. Goodbye. So that was it. And then 2 days later, I go to the hospital. As I'm walking into the hospital, as I place my hand on the front door, the Spirit says to me, Funke, remember, the life of the flesh is in the blood. So when the nurse comes back to me an hour later and says to me, we can't do treatment, you need a blood transfusion, I already knew that God had spoken.
Right.
So I said, okay, you say 10 is the lowest. Let's do the chemo for today. And then when I come back in 2 weeks, we can check and then take it from there. And she was like, you're just wasting time. It's inevitable. You're going to need a blood transfusion. I'm like, okay, you say your own. Just do what we need to do now. And to God be the glory for the next. And this was only my second round of chemotherapy. And I had another 10 or 12 rounds left. My level stayed at 10 and did not get any lower. So I never had the blood transfusion.
That's amazing.
And so after a while, they used to call me the Wonder Girl in the clinic. So yes,
amazing.
God's hand was truly with me all through.
Amazing. So what would you say to women who are going through cancer? What advice would you give them in terms of how to manage it, the support around them? I remember losing a friend in 2019. You know her, Yetunde.
Yes.
She died of cancer, and I remember she wasn't very open about her illness, and many people didn't know she had it until after she passed. And I think that sometimes a lot of women, we sort of keep things, we're secretive, when I find that there is power in prayer, there is power in support. And so what would you say to women who are going through not just cancer, any type of illness? What would you say to them in terms of support?
I think the first thing is just general health. You need to have an annual checkup. Because if I hadn't, yes, there was a lump, but at some point I probably would have had a mammogram.
Right.
But if we're doing all the checks that we need to, then whatever we find, by God's grace, it'll be found early, and then there will be a treatment that will hopefully cure it. So that's one, check your health. 2, I know it's very cultural to keep things secret. And I'm not saying, take a newspaper advert and announce your private life, but surely you'll have core family, core friends. Tell them, let them support you.
Yes.
Just that support of somebody sending your WhatsApp message, I'm thinking of you, might just be the right thing you need at a time when you're down. And specifically where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment, because every single diagnosis is different. I met a friend in the clinic where I was being treated. She also had breast cancer, but her treatment was completely different to mine. So don't think because this person did this, that's the route I need to take. And with all medical things, always have at least another opinion. Get somebody else to look at your case, give advice, and then if you see that there's agreement in what they're saying, and of course pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy. Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
That's very true.
Yeah.
That's very true. Amazing. Thanks for sharing that powerful testimony. So you're a great advocate for women. You support women a lot. I'm a recipient of that. I remember when I was sick in 2020 and 21, you would call me and pray with me every week. We had a time of praying every week, which was fantastic. So I'm a little jealous because I see you have this group called Gangster Women,
Gangster
Mamas, and I think that I need to be part of that.
We welcome you with open
but
arms.
I don't know if I can afford you because I see where you go, all the places. But how has that group been instrumental for you as a support system? Because I think that, you know, living in Nigeria, it can be quite, I don't know about you, but I find it can be quite a fake, some of it can be quite a fake society. And I think that we all put up a front, or women, we try to compete rather than actually support one another. So when I see you guys, I'm always like, yeah, that's so great. I'd love to be part of that.
Okay, so first of all, there are 5 of us, and the 4 of us have actually known each other since we were 17, 18. I went to university with 2 of them, the twins, as they're known. And Bimbo, the other lady, we knew her at that time as well. So there's history, but they're not because of length of time means you have a good relationship. But we are actually people who, over the years, we've proven that we can trust each other, we can be there for each other. And then so the other person in the group is like a new friend. We've known her for just 10 years, but she's come in and we've seen that she flows with what we believe. We're all Christians, so we actually do Bible study together.
Fantastic.
So we just don't do the fun things. We do Bible study together, we pray together, we go on holiday together, we meet up. And now we've started these things called secret events where one person plans what we're going to do, doesn't tell the others, and then we just arrive and then find out what it is. So yeah, we just try and do things that not necessarily involves money, but just that camaraderie and support system. And, you know, when there's an SOS, you know that at least you have one of these other 4 people that you can reach out to and speak to in time of need. So yeah, that's what we're about. Yeah.
Amazing. I love what you said about, you know, you share the same values. I belong to a group called the High Net Worth Women.
Okay.
I'm sorry. High network, not net worth.
That's a prophecy.
Yes, I receive it. But just the support, because we're women who, we share the same values. And it always helps to have, rather than wanting to be part of the society group, but find people who you share the same values with, that can support you, that can be there for you, that can tell you the truth when you need to be told the truth. So thank you for that. Welcome back to Real Talk with Pam, here where authenticity meets conversation. We've been in conversation with Funke Karim, so we've had a fantastic chat so far, and we're just going to continue right now. So Funke, tell me, in terms of your mom with 3 kids, you have 2 girls, in terms of some of the unhealthy societal norms that we see, particularly in the Nigerian context, how have you been able to help your girls through that in changing those narratives?
Well, I hope I've been able to help them. I think they'll be the judge of that. But I think for me, the first thing, what I find really peculiar about Nigeria is how we raise boys and we raise girls. No, we're raising children.
That's right.
And both boys and girls should have discipline. They should have good moral values. They shouldn't be sleeping around, you know, but we tend to have, oh, if it's a boy and he's doing X, Y, Z, it's okay. But if a girl does it, then there's a problem. And I can't believe that in 2024, we're talking about things like boys or girls cooking.
Right.
The only person who needs to learn how to cook is somebody who is hungry and eats.
That's
if
right.
you don't eat food, then don't learn to cook. But if you know that you're going to be hungry and you're going to eat, then you need to learn to cook. So I think it's just knowing and deliberately raising children the same in a household and not making it that the girls cook for the boys. It's not that they shouldn't, but the boys too can sometimes cook for the girls, and the boys don't sit down while the girls are cleaning. Everybody should learn how to look after a house, how to cook. The girls too should be told, you're going to go out there, you're going to build something for yourself. So I think not having that gender inequality in training and discipline is the thing that I hope I've done, raising my 2 daughters and sons.
And I think even when you talked about, I think one of the norms here is, people might not like it, what I'm about to say, but it's okay for a guy to have, who's married to have mistresses, that's okay, and that's normal here. But if it's a woman doing the same thing, it's sort of, oh, she sleeps around.
Yes.
And what you said about bringing up the boys to have the same values as you would have the girls is really, really important.
Yes.
And I think that starts at home.
Yes.
Definitely. So thank you for that. So tell me, now we're in our 50s, menopausal and all, but looking fly, I must say. How, when you think about your 30s and 40s, how do you feel now that you're in your 50s rather than in your 30s? What are some of the things that you feel like, right, I love about being 50-something?
Well, I think, first of all, when you're like in your 20s and 30s, have an idea of things that you want to do. But usually it's either you don't have time, like for me, someone who got married at 26. So I was either raising my children, being a wife and doing all those things. So you don't have time for that, or you don't have the money, you don't have the financial backing to do it. But I think now that I'm in my 50s and with my youngest going into uni, hopefully next year, I have a bit more time and a bit more money. So I'm able to explore, all the things that I want to do and just do it confidently as well. I don't feel that need, I don't know why I'm trying to pretend, but I've never been, I've never been somebody who had problems saying no. In fact, maybe now I'm even trying to say yes more often. But yeah, just, knowing what I want, and now I have the time and the opportunity to be able to, get it done.
Do you also find, like, in your 50s, certainly for me, I don't really care much about what people think about me. I'm like, this is who I am. Like it or frankly lump it.
I think for me, I'm working backwards. I think I was always like that.
Right.
So now I think with age, I'm trying to temper myself. Like I say, even make what I say a bit seasoned with salt. So I'm trying to be a bit more palatable.
Right.
Whereas before it was like hurricane, take it, leave it. So now I'm trying to be a bit more gentle. Yeah.
I've seen the change. I can testify to that.
Perfect.
So we know that you are a God-loving woman, and so what is your favorite character in the Bible and why?
Oh, wow. Well, most people know that I am fond of all what they call the bad girls in the Bible.
I wonder why.
Exactly. But I think in this season, with maturity, as the Americans would say, it's a character that to me existed in the Old Testament and then has showed up in the New Testament. In the Old Testament, to me, she's Pharaoh's daughter, who pulls Moses out of the River Nile. And in the New Testament, to me, she's the woman at the well, the Samaritan woman.
Is she the same woman?
To me, I mean, I believe so.
Oh, wow.
Even if you look at the juxtaposition, the locations of how they encounter their 2 deliverers. The Pharaoh's daughter encounters the deliverer Moses as a baby. The Samaritan woman encounters the deliverer Jesus as the Son of God. They're both river, water, very instrumental. But for me, the Samaritan woman is just so vivid when I read that story. In fact, if I was a director, I could make it into a screenplay. I know what she looks like. I know her shape. She's elegant. She's tall. She has good carriage. She's poised. You know, she goes down to the well in the hot sun because, you know, I'm not going to even give those other women who are now going to be talking behind my back any chance, you know. And she meets this man that she doesn't know who he is at the beginning at the well. And he says, can I have water? And she's like, but you're a Jew. I'm a Samaritan. You guys don't deal with us. So what it is, she's saucy. She's not even trying to be humble and shy that, the mighty Jewish man is talking to me. You know, she gives it right back to him. And then she's quick. The minute she realizes this is no mere man, she's smart. She's heard about the Messiah because she quotes it. They say someone is coming. So she knows she's been waiting, even though she's not part of the Jewish culture. She's been waiting for this promise. And then what I love most is at the end, she goes back and she says, I met a man who's told me everything. She's exaggerating. He only said one thing. You know, the man that you live with is not your husband. But it's that one thing that's her core. So she knows that for someone to be able to pick that thing that is dear to her, he must know every single thing. And she becomes a great evangelist. And she manages to bring all those people and share Jesus with them. So for now, she's my favorite.
She's your favorite. Fantastic. I think my favorite is, it's actually a man, it's not a woman. It's, it's the story of Joseph. Yeah. How he went from prison to palace. We know the story, but the fact that, you know, the Bible says that Joseph had success in whatever he did. So when he was with Potiphar, he was able to, you know, be a very hardworking person, and he worked hard and he was humble. And when he was in prison, you know, the prison guard made him the leader of all the prisoners there. And then he became, you know, when he was in the palace, he had the wisdom and he had the mind to be the best he could be there. So that's my favorite character. And I always pray every day, give me the wisdom of Joseph and give me the success that Joseph had. So that's my favorite character for now as well.
It's interesting that you should talk about Joseph, actually, because just the other day I was thinking, you know, I won't lie, Joseph is a bit like how they treat men and women now, because nobody actually ever talks about the fact that initially Joseph, when he said, I see the sun and the moon and whatever bowing down, that he got that wrong. Because his mom had died by the time. So nobody ever said, false prophet. But if it had been a woman, they would have picked up on that. And then at the end of the story, I always think, did Joseph die as an Israelite? Or had he become Egyptian? You know, so seeing as you're a lover of Joseph, I'll leave you to research.
I'll research that. Only he would think about that, forget seriously. But I will come back to you on that. Right. So one of the things that people may not know about you is that you are a philanthropist. You're an entrepreneur. Your family have this foundation called Project Halo. So can you tell us a little bit about that to round this off, and also what is next for Funke?
Okay.
Yes.
So, I mean, you cannot be a Nigerian, whoever you are, and not be a philanthropist in any way. Even if it's the person that you go to the office every day and you have to give them 50 naira. You know, we are built for that. But I just felt about 10 years ago, God was saying, you need to consolidate and make this formal. And me, I don't like formal things, so I kind of resisted. And after a while, it was like, okay, now you're straying into disobedience. So we started a family foundation, and no, we did not call it Kola and Funke Karim Foundation. It's called Project Halo, and Halo stands for Help and Aid for the Less Opportuned. We're actually registered in Nigeria, but of course, you know, I live in the UK, so we're also registered there, and our very first and main project started there. So what we do is that we aid African and Caribbean students who go mainly to Oxbridge, but also other Russell universities. We support them financially. Because one of the things that we found was that there were all these black students who coming from low-income families who could get into these top universities, but they would get there and they wouldn't prosper.
Right.
Because unlike the other children who had their own parents or families supporting them, they would have to go and get jobs and work whilst they were at uni.
Right.
So their grades would fail, etc. So we thought, okay, where can we step in and aid and help them? So we've been doing this now for a few years. And by my last count, I think we've had like nearly 20 students. At the moment, we only have, most of them have graduated. So we just have 2 who we took on this September. They're actually twins as well. So yeah, so that's what we're doing at the moment. Yes.
Right. And so what's next for you? I know you have a project.
Yes. So for Nigeria, we're now coming to Nigeria and we're looking in the UK, we're targeting the children and the students directly. But in Nigeria, we now want to look at the teachers because I always have this thing in my mind that until a child can go to school and the teacher there, I mean, they don't have to speak exactly like the parent, but until the teachers had the same kind of exposure and understanding as the parent of the child they're teaching, it's not going to work. So we're now looking to see how we can bring training initiatives all around Nigeria to help teachers, you know, build up and be able to relate not just with the academia side of things, but also the other extracurricular things that they will need to teach and discuss with their students. But then also I'm involved with a group, they're called Justice Girls.
Okay.
It's run by pastors from a certain church, but it's global, and so it's not tied specifically to a church. And recently we just crowdfunded a series and it's called the Justice Girls series, and it's on YouTube. We're in season 3. Please watch, subscribe, Justice Girls series, because I just got tired of, I'm a Christian woman, I want to watch good content, and I don't want to have my hand forwarding through sex scenes, through homosexual scenes, through all kinds of things that I don't want to see, but I want to watch interesting things about real life, how people behave. So this pastor came up and they've written a screenplay, and even the people who work on the screenplay have shows on Netflix. So this is in every way, it is real high quality, the dialogue, the scenery, the costuming, I mean, it's just fun. And so when we watch each episode, there's a lot of discussions, you know how it is about, so it's based around 4 young women who live together, share a flat, and their different lives, their romantic lives, their work lives, their family lives. So it's very interesting. So just hoping to see that really catch on and even, like, you know, come onto the international scene. Yes.
So thank you so much, Funke. It's been fantastic. I hope you enjoyed being on Real Talk with Pam, and hopefully we'll have you on again to talk about some more real life issues.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. And good luck with the rest of the show.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for tuning into this episode of Real Talk with Pam. We believe that from sharing our experiences, another woman might see herself in you and be inspired or reminded that they are not alone. A shout out to every woman out there breaking barriers daily and staying true to herself. Remember, here on Real Talk with Pam, authenticity meets conversation. Till next time, keep being authentic. I am Pamela Igbo.
are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. First, let's see what's making headlines this afternoon. Federal government have done more to boost investors' appetites in 18 months, says Sterling Bank CEO. Bandits abducts ex-NYSC Director General, others in Castina. Nigeria's security remains a priority, says Tinubu. Trump signs order barring transgender athletes from women's sports. Liverpool warned over Mo Salah's contract amid Saudi Arabia interest. To begin the news, the CEO of Sterling Bank, Abubakar Suleiman, said that the federal government has spent the last 18 months doing the will of investors and providing an environment for them. The CEO disclosed this yesterday on Arise TV while giving his perspective on the ongoing economic reform in Nigeria and impacts on the banking industry and economy. According to him, there is expectation to see investors embark on projects that generate employment, output, and making Nigeria competitive in the next 6 to 12 months. He added that data have strongly projected 2025 as a progressive year to look forward to. However, he acknowledged that reform always comes with pains but ends up with a lasting impact on the people and economy. Moving on, bandits have reportedly kidnapped the former Director General of the National Youth Service Corps, Brigadier General Marahazu Shiga, in Shiga Village, Bakori local government area of Castina State in the early hours of today. The attack was confirmed by the Castina State Police Public Relations Officer, DSP Abubakar Sadiq. The bandits also killed one person and abducted at least 9 others, as they were said to have ransacked several homes, carting away valuables. The bandits attacked at 12:30 a.m. on Thursday, as eyewitnesses report that the armed hoodlums stormed the community, shooting sporadically to scare residents. To end the local news, President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthening Nigeria's security architecture, stressing that he has prioritized national security as a fundamental aspect of his governance. Speaking at the Chief of Defense Staff Joint Task Force Commanders Conference in Abuja yesterday, Tinubu lauded the military and security agencies for their relentless efforts in combating security threats across the country. Represented by the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Baduru, and the President applauded the tremendous efforts of the armed forces, commending the various joint task forces and security agencies operating across the country for demonstrating the tenacity to bring all armed criminals to book. He emphasized the need for synergy among all security arms to effectively tackle the evolving security landscape. On the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump signed an executive order on Wednesday seeking to ban transgender athletes from participating in women's sports in his latest move targeting transgender people since returning to office. Top Republicans, including U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson and firebrand Congresswoman Marjorie Greene, were among those in the audience to watch the signing ceremony at the White House. The order allows U.S. government agencies to deny funds to schools that would enable transgender athletes to compete in women's teams. Trump also said he would now push the International Olympic Committee, also known as IOC, to change its rules on transgender athletes before the 2028 Los Angeles Games. Now to sports. Liverpool have now been warned about the precarious situation surrounding Mohamed Salah's contract renewal, with a prominent figure in Saudi Arabia expressing the nation's desire to lure the Egyptian star to the Middle East. The 33-year-old contract at Anfield expires in just 135 days, raising the scepter of Liverpool losing one of their most iconic players for nothing. Despite his advancing years, Salah continues to perform at the peak of his abilities, demonstrating this weekend why his departure would create a massive void at Anfield. The Egyptian forward scored twice in Liverpool's hard-fought 2-0 victory over Bournemouth, preserving their 6-point lead at the top of the Premier League. And these are the headlines for the news at noon on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Thanks for watching.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs